Chapter 2365. The War God Battalion beneath the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. I never thought that Gu's talent in the fire attribute would be so good. Then Lin Ling looked to the side. He saw that Xianyuanger's entire body was covered in multicolored flames. She had clearly succeeded in refining it. After passing through space and time, one could burn through time and space. This was the characteristic of fire. Lin Ling could feel that the space around Xianyuanger began to change. It began to twist and even time seemed to freeze. Then, Lin Ling didn't interrupt Xianyuanger's cultivation. He began to perceive the profound sword record once more. Sword hanging in the air. 2 dazzling strokes appeared in the void. Then, 10,000 swords soared through the skies. Pung ping pung. In a distant place, some newly born worlds were directly pierced through by 10,000 swords. The strength of these swords was terrifying. It's time to return. After a long time, Lin Ling put away his swords, satisfied. At this time, within the 4th level of the World King realm, there weren't many people he feared. And at this time, the War God Battalion was still as lively as before. The soldiers were also cultivating every day. I have no idea where Lord Lin Ling has gone. He's disappeared for an entire year. Do your own thing. You don't need to worry about Lord Lin Ling. That's right, have you gone to sound the Heavens Inquisition war drum? I went last year but failed. I didn't even manage to sound 10 drums. Within the scout battalion, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others were discussing. As long as one could sound the Heavens Inquisition war drum over 10 times, then they could retire from the War God Battalion. And this was an extremely glorious moment. The most important thing was that by sounding the war drum, one would obtain a spot to enter the 3 great academies. This was what all the genius commanders yearned for the most. Unfortunately, the war drum was too difficult to sound. So far, only 5 people had succeeded. Thus, all the geniuses present were helpless. In fact, the reason that the geniuses of all worlds came to the War God Battalion was because of the Heavens Inquisition war drum. It is difficult to enter the 3 great academies. If you want to obtain a spot, sounding the war drum is one of the methods. Continue to work hard. But I heard that some people from the War God Battalion are coming. It seems they came for the Heavens Inquisition war drum. Is that possible? Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and the others once again began to discuss spiritedly. Maybe they're here to show off. Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. The others nodded. It was very possible. After all, everyone had witnessed the difficulty of the Martial God Battalion's battle drums. However, what if someone from the War God Battalion had sounded the drums? Then the Martial God Battalion would definitely lose face. Dong dong dong. At this moment, a military drum sounded. This kind of drumming, 3 long and 2 short, indicated that the military situation was very urgent. The army began to gather. Then they realized that there was also an army coming from the distant sky. A majestic flag appeared. There were 3 large words embroidered on it. War God Battalion. As for that army, they were like dragons and tigers, and their auras were extremely imposing. Moreover, there were quite a few people from the younger generation. This is the Martial God Battalion? Look at those guys, their faces are sallow and their bodies are emaciated. They don't look like soldiers at all. They look more like refugees. At this moment, in the distant army, a man riding a giant yellow lightning tiger smiled faintly. This man was a deputy general. How dare you sow discord in the Martial God Battalion? You're disrupting the unity of our 2 battalions. On the ground, many commanders shouted angrily. The soldiers of the Martial God Battalion hurriedly stood up. They could not let the other party look down on them. What's your position? What's my position? Are you qualified to speak to me? Get lost. However, the man riding the tiger shouted angrily. In the military camp, one's position was strict. Apart from strength, one's military rank was also important. Those with a high military rank had the absolute right to suppress the weak. As expected, Commander Huang Qi and the others' expressions turned ugly. They remained silent. A bunch of trash. The man laughed disdainfully. Yo, Deputy General Huang Feihu, you're really arrogant. What's the point of bullying some soldiers? At this moment, a rolling war chariot came out from the Martial God Battalion. A man stood on top of it. It was Deputy General Hong Jing. Hee, some soldiers don't know the rules, so I'm just giving you some pointers. The man riding the tiger smiled faintly. He was not as arrogant as before because Deputy General Hong Jing had the same status as him. He did not dare to underestimate him. We're here today to help you repair the Martial God Giants. Did the Martial God Battalion send some soldiers to welcome us? An old man in a Daoist robe spoke indifferently after the Martial God Battalion's army descended. His aura was like the might of the heavens. Every single move he made seemed capable of causing a myriad of worlds to explode. Moreover, he sat on a gorgeous war chariot. He seemed like a wise general, but his strength had clearly reached an unfathomable level. Deputy General Hong Jing and the others did not dare be disrespectful when they saw the old man. Because the old man was General Qing Hong. His strength and status were not something they could afford to offend. Hee, General Qing Hong, you've come from afar. Please excuse us for not welcoming you. At this moment, 3 old men finally walked out from the Martial God Battalion. Shockingly, they were the 3 great generals. I thought you wouldn't come out. You're really arrogant. The old man called General Qing Hong spoke indifferently. Even though they were from the same camp as the Martial God Battalion, they obviously did not get along well. Of course, this was normal. Every camp was their own king. How could they walk together so easily? Where's your Martial God Giants? Are they ready? We've been ordered by the Marshal of the Martial God Battalion to repair them. Great General Qing Hong added. They had been ordered by the Marshal of the Martial God Battalion to help the Martial God Battalion repair the Martial God Giants. Of course, they would definitely make things difficult for them during the process. The Martial God Giants are ready. Huang Fuidao replied with a smile. He also knew that the other party would not easily repair the Martial God Giants for them. Then, the Demon Destroyer General waved his hand and said, "Bring the Martial God Giants here." The so-called Martial God Giants were puppets made from materials from the 100 Worlds. Their combat strength was extremely shocking. A giant was comparable to a top True God Realm expert. It was the symbol of the Martial God Battalion and was even more famous than the Martial God Cannons. The Martial God Giants of the Martial God Battalion were damaged, so the Great Green Divine Dynasty had asked the Martial God Battalion to help repair them. Even though they did not know why the Martial God Battalion was so confident in repairing it, since they dared to come, they must have some ability. While waiting, the 2 armies were silent. An oppressive atmosphere quietly drifted out. Suddenly, someone smiled faintly and said, "Xianxia, get out here." Beside General Qing Hong, a young man holding a feather fan said faintly. This person was gentle and did not look like a soldier. However, in reality, he was indeed a soldier and his status was not low. He was the #1 genius of the Martial God Battalion, Qian Taiji. He was from Taiding Commandery. In Taiding Commandery, his strength and reputation were only below the 9 heavenly sons in Qingzhou. His identity was the youngest deputy general of the Martial God Battalion, and he was about to enter the 3 great colleges. How dare you? How dare you call him Commander Xianxia? Seeing that the other party was young and arrogant, the Martial God Battalion immediately shouted angrily. As for Huang Fuidao and the other 2 generals, their expressions did not change. It was as if they did not care about such a small matter. In reality, they knew that the young man was not simple, given his arrogance. You are the ones who are bold. Is it your turn to interrupt when I'm speaking? Chapter 2366. The #1 genius of the War God Battalion, Qian Taiji. Arrogant. They did not expect him to be so arrogant in front of the generals. Huang Fuidao and the other 2 generals frowned. However, when they saw that General Qing Hong did not speak, they did not speak either. After all, if they spoke, they would be bullying the young. Others would say that the War God Battalion had no talents. Deputy General, he is a deputy general? Many people in the War God Battalion exclaimed. It's Qian Taiji. Tang Yue said with a frown. Apparently, The falling flowers and flowing water sword recognized him. Didn't he go to the 3 academies? Dbimo asked in surprise. What? He is qualified to go to the 3 academies? More people exclaimed. No wonder Qian Taiji was so arrogant. It turned out that he had a powerful background. After all, those who could enter the 3 academies were people they could only look up to. Commander, the great commander and the others are not qualified to speak. Then I am qualified to speak. However, at this moment, Deputy General Hong Jing stepped forward. He could not allow Qian Taiji to be so arrogant. Ho, your position is the same as mine. You are qualified to speak. However, you are much older than me. It is embarrassing for you to come out and confront me. Qian Taiji said, shaking his head. Deputy General Hong Jing did not know what to say because Qian Taiji's words made sense. Even so, you are not qualified to order our Qian Xianxian. Deputy General Hong Jing said. I am not qualified in the War God Battalion. However, am I qualified in Tating Commandery? Qian Taiji laughed and looked at the War God Battalion's army with contempt. He said, Qian Xianxian, come out. He was from Tating Commandery and so was Qian Xianxian. Therefore he was qualified. After all, this was their family matter. As expected, Deputy General Hong Jing and the others could not refute him. They were so angry that their faces turned pale. As for Huangfu Yidao and the other 2 generals, although they looked calm, they were also angry. At this moment, Qian Xianxian stepped forward. He looked terrible. He was from Tating Commandery and his status was not as high as Qian Taiji's. After all, Qian Taiji was one of the 9 heavens in Qingzhou. Therefore, he had to step forward. Kneel down. Qian Taiji looked at him coldly and said, Don't forget that Tating Commandery trained you to be where you are today. Now you have failed to do what Tating Commandery wants you to do. Tell me, what's the use of you? This is my fault. If you want to kill me, do as you please. Qian Xianxian wore a cold expression and dropped to his knees. He was not kneeling in Qiantaichi, but in Tating Commandery. After all, that was his motherland. As for why Tating Commandery wanted to punish him, he knew that it was because he failed to kill Lin Ling. Men, beat him up. Qian Taichi snorted and waved his hand. A soldier from the God of War Battalion walked out and waved his whip at Qian Xianxian. Commander Qian Xianxian, please excuse me. They even said lazily. After all, they were just small soldiers. But now they could fight against a senior commander. This was also a great honor. To be beaten in front of 2 armies, this is a great loss of face. Laughter erupted from the War God Battalion. Qian Xianxian gritted his teeth and said, Although I failed to complete the task, I did not show mercy to my enemy. Therefore, I did not disappoint Tating Commandery. Qian Xianxian said. No one knew what task Tating Commandery had given him. However, Qian Taiji knew that it was to kill Lin Ling. However, Qian Xianxian admitted that he had not shown mercy to Lin Ling. In the previous battle, he had tried his best and almost died together with Lin Ling. Therefore, he had a clear conscience. A failure is a failure. Since you have not killed the person you wanted to kill, why are you still alive? Today, on behalf of Tating Commandery, I will beat you to death. Qian Taiji looked at Qian Xianxian with disdain. His words shocked the soldiers of the War God Battalion. Killing Qian Xianxian in front of the army? This is too cruel. However, although they were unwilling, no one dared to say anything. They could only watch helplessly. Even the 3 great generals could not intervene in this matter because it was a matter of Tating Commandery. Qian Taiji was in high spirits as if he was in charge of everything. He said, I heard that there is a genius called Lin Ling in the War God Battalion. Why haven't I seen him today? Could it be that he died outside while on a mission? What nonsense are you talking about? Deputy General Hong Jing glared at Qian Taiji when he heard his arrogant words. He could not help Qian Xianxian if Qian Taiji wanted to kill him. However, Lin Ling was not from Tating Commandery, so Qian Xianxian could not be so arrogant. Oh, why are you so agitated? It is said that Lin Ling is the #1 genius in the War God Battalion. He has become a commander at a young age. I don't know if there is any exaggeration. In my opinion, he might be a piece of trash. Qian Taiji said unscrupulously. He had heard of Lin Ling. It was said that Lin Ling had destroyed their branch family and killed young Master Qian Xianxian. He was an enemy of Tating Commandery. General Qinghong, who was not far away, smiled. He had also heard of Lin Ling's name. However, he did not think that Lin Ling was comparable to the number 1 genius of the War God Battalion, Qian Taiji. Qian Taiji, don't be too arrogant. Be careful of your words. The anger on Deputy General Hong Jing's face grew stronger and stronger. Am I talking about you? I'm talking about Lin Ling. Lin Ling is a piece of trash. He is not qualified for me to get into trouble. Qian Taiji smiled disdainfully. He looked at Qian Xianxian and said, beat him up. Kill him in front of them. Fierce. Fierce. His aura was extremely fierce. However, at this moment, a streamer shot down from the sky. Then, 2 figures appeared in front of everyone. It was a man and a woman. The man's long hair was tied behind his head, and he wore a black robe. He seemed to be in high spirits. The woman wore a black dress, and she was so beautiful that she was captivating. Their harmonious beauty attracted the gazes of countless people, and many people felt that they were a perfect match for each other. However, after their initial shock, many people from the Martial God Battalion were delighted because Lord Lin Ling had returned. Beautiful! Wow! Qian Taiji looked at the woman in the sky and licked his lips. At this moment, Lin Ling looked coldly at the scene below. Then he walked down and walked toward Qian Taiji. Who is this soldier of yours? Is that your wife? Not bad. I will take her away later. Wow! Qian Taiji looked at Lin Ling and said while waving his fan. Hearing this, the soldiers of the War God Battalion were shocked. This guy could be arrogant in front of Qian Xianxian. However, he dared to be arrogant in front of Lin Ling? Is he looking for death? Sure enough, Lin Ling's eyes became even colder. He stopped in front of Qian Taiji. Qian Taiji also noticed that the person in front of him was not afraid of him. He raised his chin and stared at the person. He wanted to know what this soldier wanted to say. Who the fuck are you? Fuck. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling slapped him. It was a thunderous attack. Slap. Chapter 2367. The rebirth of Qian Xianxian. Seeing this, the soldiers of the God of War Battalion trembled violently. Who is this guy? He is even more arrogant than Qian Taiji. He dares to attack in front of the great general. Even Huangfu Yidao and the others were surprised. Lin Ling is back. His attack is earth-shattering. On the ground, Qian Taiji was humiliated after he fell. He shouted angrily, "How dare you offend me? Kill him. Kill him just like Qian Xianxian." Kill. But can he kill him? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Ling rushed over and stepped on his body, which had just crawled up, once again. Bang. The sound was loud. The power of that kick was terrifying. Qian Taiji spat out blood and saw stars. He was like a dog being stepped on. Lin Ling even stepped on his face and rubbed it hard. This humiliation made the God of War Battalion silent. Many soldiers clenched their fists in anger. How dare you offend your comrades? Today, I will kill this insolent ant on behalf of the God of War Battalion. Kill. General Qinghong couldn't stand it anymore and gave the order to kill. General Qinghong, calm down. That's our Deputy General, Lin Ling. Kill. However, General Qinghong was stunned by Huangfu Yidao's voice. That guy is also a Deputy General? And he's Lin Ling? As far as he knew, Lin Ling was only a great general. He couldn't do anything now. Just like the 3 great generals, he would be accused of bullying the weak. At this moment, Lin Ling was still stepping on Qian Taiji. He glared at him and said, "You and I are both deputy generals, but you keep calling me trash, insulting your comrades and sowing discord. I won't forgive you today." He saw what happened to Qian Xianxian, so he was furious. Qian Xianxian came to kill Lin Ling in the past, but he was honest. He didn't go easy on Lin Ling and fought with his life. This made Lin Ling recognize him. This was a real man. But now, this indomitable man was about to be killed. Lin Ling could not swallow this anger. "If you let me go, I will let Qian Xianxian go." Qian Taiji couldn't resist at all. He immediately knew that Lin Ling's strength was more powerful than he imagined. He also knew that Lin Ling's status was not lower than his. Previously, he had insulted Lin Ling, and based on this, Lin Ling could make a move against him. Of course, if his strength was stronger than Lin Ling, then the one who would lose face would be Lin Ling. Unfortunately, his strength was inferior to Lin Ling. "Alright, I promise you, I'll kill him for you." Lin Ling retracted his foot and walked towards Qian Xianxian step by step. When he arrived in front of the ladder, his hands quickly pointed out. Qian Xianxian's body trembled as blood spurted out from his body. However, he looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Eventually, he fell down. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Lin Ling had really killed Qian Xianxian. As for Qian Taichi, he also got up. He was in a sorry state. However, when he saw Lin Ling's actions, he did not say anything. That was because he had come here to kill Qian Xianxian. Lin Ling had killed Qian Xianxian, which was exactly what he wanted. Isn't Lin Ling the commander? When did he become a deputy general? Also, why is he so powerful? However, when Qian Taichi thought of being slapped to the ground, he was furious. He was the #1 genius of the War God Battalion, and Lin Ling was also the #1 genius of the War God Battalion. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Trash, is he dead? At this time, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out. He said that Qian Taichi was trash. Of course, in Lin Ling's heart, Qian Taichi was indeed trash. The sunbone of Tating Commandery was still a figure. Dead, he is indeed dead. Lin Ling, you have killed Qian Xianxian. Tating Commandery will not let you go. Qian Taichi's face darkened. Lin Ling had called him trash, but he could not refute it. After all, everyone had seen that his strength was not as good as Lin Ling's. Don't falsely accuse me. Even if I didn't kill him, you would have killed him. Lin Ling said coldly. Humph, he has been killed by you. Everyone knows that. Although I have promised you that you could kill him, Tating Commandery will not. Qian Taichi sneered. Are you sure he is really dead? However, Lin Ling suddenly smiled. His smile was evil and gave Qian Taichi a bad feeling. He stared at the dead Qian Xianxian and realized that Qian Xianxian was indeed dead. For a moment, he did not understand what Lin Ling meant. Even General Qinghong was confused. He did not understand why Lin Ling had asked that question. Of course. Qian Taichi nodded and said, That's good. Today, Commander Qian Xianxian is dead. A new Qian Xianxian has been born. Lin Ling walked towards Qian Xianxian step by step. His hands moved like butterflies as he kept pointing at Qian Xianxian. Qian Xianxian's body trembled. Gradually, his fingers moved and he slowly stood up. His face was filled with disbelief. Previously, when Lin Ling wanted to kill him, he did not fight back. That was because he was willing to die in Lin Ling's hands. But now, he had come back to life. What is going on? I sensed that Qian Xianxian was dead. Even his soul was shattered. How could he come back to life? Did I see it wrong? The two armies also let out cries of surprise, as if they had seen a miracle. Is this the legendary 9 Deaths finger skill? The eyes of the generals on both sides trembled violently. Qian Xuanxian's resurrection, coupled with Lin Ling's mysterious finger technique, made them think of the legendary mysterious technique. The so-called 9 Deaths finger skill meant that one would die 9 times. After each death, one's strength would increase greatly. Of course, if one did not come back to life after death, he would be dead forever. This was a very extreme cultivation method. They had heard of such a cruel skill before. However, they had never thought that Lin Ling would know such a skill. That was why they were sure that Qian Xianxian was dead. That's right. This is indeed the 9 Deaths finger skill. Seeing that everyone was shocked, Lin Ling did not hide anything. Then he looked at Qian Xianxian and said, Now that you have the 9 Deaths genuine qi, it means that you can only practice this skill. After experiencing 9 deaths, you will be reborn. Are you willing? Qian Xianxian said excitedly. Although this skill was dangerous, at least he had come back to life. It was all worth it. Moreover, the effect of the 9 Deaths finger skill was great. He sensed that he was about to break through. I will teach you the rest of the finger skills. In the future, you will change your surname to Lin. Are you willing? Lin Ling said again. If Qian Xianxia changed his surname, it meant that he was no longer a citizen of Tating Commandery. Qian Xianxia glanced at Qian Taiji and sneered. He nodded immediately and said, I am willing. Previously he had already died. He had repaid the debt he owed to Tating Commandery. Now, he was a new student and his name was Lin Xianxia. Lin Ling could not help but smile. It was a smile of satisfaction. Chapter 2368. Repairing the Martial God Giant, Qian Xianxia, how dare you? On the other side, Qian Taiji was furious as if he had been fooled. He knew what had happened. This meant that Qian Xianxia had nothing to do with Tating Prefecture anymore. Sir Qian Taiji, my name is Lin Xianxia. Please don't call me by the wrong name. Unfortunately, Qian Xianxia looked at Qian Taiji with disdain. He no longer regarded Qian Taiji as his superior. Shut up. You were sure that he was dead. Now, he is not Qian Xianxia but Lin Xianxia. Try to touch him in front of me. I will make sure you can't leave the Martial Gods Battalion. Lin Ling shouted angrily as he stared at Qian Taiji coldly like a ferocious tiger. Everyone in the Martial Gods Battalion knew that he was protective of his men. If Qian Taiji dared to touch his men, Lin Ling would dare to touch Qian Taiji. You can try. The soldiers of the Martial Gods Battalion also began to roar. Their blood was boiling, and all the gloominess from before was spat out. Wang Fuidao and the other two generals could not touch Qian Taiji because of their status. However, it was the right time for Lin Ling to do so. Lin Ling's status was not lower than Qian Taiji's and he was more powerful. There was no need to fear him. Qian Taiji had not expected things to turn out this way. General Qinghong's face darkened. However, he could not do anything. He was disappointed in Qian Taiji. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, a deafening sound was heard. A large number of soldiers pulled a giant over. At a closer look, it was a giant that was a few hundred meters tall. The giant was like a bronze giant. Its bronze color lit up the area and it was extremely powerful. It was the Martial God Giant. Lin Ling stared at the giant in surprise and muttered to himself, a puppet. Puppet. He could see that the giant was a puppet. In fact, it was also a weapon. However, the requirement of the enchantment was very strict and the materials used to make it were rare. Therefore, very few people could own a puppet. He did not expect the Martial Gods Battalion to have such a strong foundation. First, they had the Martial God Cannon, then the Martial God Giant. Martial God Giant, I've brought you the Martial God Giant. At this moment, Huang Fuidao also spoke. Repairing the puppets required a world boundary master. The Martial God Barracks was a military barracks, so the weapons they needed were all provided by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Naturally, there were no world boundary masters. In reality, world spiritist status was extremely high. Even in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, they were highly respected existences. So, even if the Martial God Battalion wanted to invite a world spiritist, they might not be able to. Especially the boundary master above the blue robe, it was even harder to invite them out of the mountain. Don't fix it. However, at this moment, Qian Taiji suddenly said coldly. The eyes of everyone from the Martial God Battalion narrowed when they heard this. The expressions of the three great generals changed as well. They had brought the giant Martial God out, yet he said that he would not repair it? What a joke! A soldier's word carries enormous weight. General Qinghong, what do you mean by this? The demon destroyer Great General frowned. Anger could be seen on his face. We were ordered by the Marshal to repair the Martial God Giant, and the order should have come from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. However, our boundary masters don't want to repair it, so we can't do anything about it. General Green Rainbow said indifferently, maybe you guys were too arrogant before, causing the world spiritist to be very unhappy. Clearly, he was blaming Lin Ling. Let me tell you, I invited that world spiritist from the ancient city of everlasting desolation. He's my master. If I say I won't repair it, then I won't repair it. Qian Taiji's words were extremely shocking. No wonder he was so arrogant. So that world spiritist was his master. You guys are too excessive. The three great generals spoke at the same time. Was he toying with them? If it wasn't for the fact that they needed a green-robed world spiritist to repair the puppet, they wouldn't have begged him even if they were beaten to death. Although they were profound in the martial path, in terms of world spiritists, they were only black robes. They could barely be considered world spiritists. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for not knowing how to treat guests. Of course, if you are unhappy, then go to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty and ask for permission. Have them invite someone else. Qian Taiji said indifferently. On the Martial God Battalion side, a middle-aged man slowly walked out. It seemed to be that world spiritist. His strength couldn't be compared to the three great generals, but with world spiritists, his position was not weak. My time is limited. If it wasn't for the Great Azure Divine Dynasty asking me to help, I definitely wouldn't have come. If there's anything right now, say it immediately. Don't waste my time. After the middle-aged man walked out, he narrowed his eyes and spoke. He didn't even look at the crowd and had an arrogant expression on his face. However, no one felt he was arrogant because the weapons of martial artists all came from world spiritists. So, unless there was a huge benefit involved, no one would rashly provoke a world spiritist. He's from the ancient city of everlasting desolation? At that moment, in the martial god battalion, Gong Yangxiang, Tang Yue and the others narrowed their eyes. Especially after seeing the middle-aged man, Gong Yangxiang's pupils contracted. In the past, when he first met Lin Ling, it was in the 100 Knowings market of the ancient city of everlasting desolation. At that time, Lin Ling had accepted a mission and was then made difficult by a world spiritist. That world spiritist seemed to be the person in front of him, called Feng Wuhan. Later, Ancestor Longpo appeared and taught Feng Wuhan a lesson. Moreover, Ancestor Longpo's relationship with Lin Ling was extremely good. Then, Gong Yangjiang and Tang Yue glanced at each other, their expressions a bit strange. Even Lin Ling recognized that person. At that time, he was handing in the Star Sea Heavenly Zither's mission. The middle-aged man in front of him made things difficult for him, and later, he let him eat the mission slip. However, that guy was very respectful towards Ancestor Longpo. His spirit formation strength was inferior to Ancestor Longpo's. Master, they knew you were coming, yet they still dared to neglect you. Especially that young man, he's too much. At that moment, Qian Taichi pointed at Lin Ling and said. Feng Wuhan, who was beside him, narrowed his eyes and didn't even look at Lin Ling. In my opinion, the martial god battalion should apologize. Otherwise, we won't repair this giant martial god. Master, am I right? Qian Taichi said again. I haven't accepted you as my disciple yet, so don't be too full of yourself. However, your words are reasonable. Let them apologize. Feng Wuhan crossed his arms and closed his eyes as he rested. Hearing those words, Qian Taichi immediately became complacent. With a sneer on his face, he looked at the people from the martial god battalion. Did you hear that? Everyone must apologize. That guy called Lin Ling must kneel. Otherwise, our martial god battalion will return home. Intolerable bullying. Hearing those words, the people from the martial god battalion were all secretly furious. The three great generals were so furious that their lungs were about to explode. If it wasn't for the Great Azure God Dynasty suppressing them, they would have already killed that arrogant brat. Although they were above tens of thousands of people, they were still soldiers. As soldiers, it was their duty to obey orders. So, without orders, they didn't dare to casually start a war with the martial god battalion. And today, if they didn't repair the giant martial god, they would be delaying military intelligence. Their crime would not be small. But were they really going to apologize? That hateful brat was simply intolerable bullying. Make him kneel first. Chapter 2369. 3 times is enough, Your Excellency, it's best not to be overbearing. Huang Fuidao said. If you don't agree, then we'll leave. However, the martial god giants haven't been repaired yet. If there's a battle and the martial god giants can't move, then you'll be delaying the military situation. If the Great Azure Divine Dynasty blames you, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Xianxia said as he waved the feather fan in his hand. He was pressuring the generals. In reality, he didn't dare to be too arrogant. However, to be able to see Lin Ling kneel was enough. Get lost, Brett. Don't let me see you alone. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you. You want my people to kneel now? All of you scram. Seeing Xianxia's impudence, the demon destroyer general couldn't bear it anymore and directly chased them away. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. Of course, the martial god battalion soldiers were the same. Their eyes were all red. On the other side, General Qinghong sneered. Then let's go. What's the big deal? He'd like to see how the martial god battalion would answer to the great Azure Divine Dynasty. As he thought of that, he wanted to leave with his army. However, at that moment, a lazy voice sounded. It was Feng Wuhan. You're all from the great Azure Divine Dynasty's army. I don't have time to care about the matters between you. I also don't have time to watch you quarrel. Now, is anyone kneeling? If not, I'll leave. At that moment, Feng Wuhan finally opened his eyes. His expression was extremely impatient. However, when his gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Lin Ling, his eyes narrowed. That black-robed youth seemed somewhat familiar. Compared to his surprise, Lin Ling's expression was very cold. He didn't expect Xianxia to be so excessive. He said indifferently, "Looks like you didn't eat enough paper last time. Now, let's see if it's me kneeling or you kneeling." His voice turned cold. Everyone who knew him knew that Lin Ling was a little angry at this moment. However, his words undoubtedly stunned the people from the martial god battalion. Deputy General Lin Ling was still so arrogant at this time? He was courting death. He was definitely courting death. Great, you even dare to provoke the world spiritist invited by the great Azure Divine Dynasty. Martial Gods Battalion, oh Martial Gods Battalion, are you trying to rebel? Master, don't bother with these people, they will regret it. Xianxia definitely wouldn't miss such an opportunity. He flattered him while reprimanding him. Unfortunately, he did not see that Wind Without Trace's face had become distorted. There was even fear and panic. If he remembered correctly, that brat had once caused him to suffer a great loss. After that, he found out that the ancestor dragon granny had set her eyes on that brat and had even invited him to the 3 great academies. The ancestor dragon granny was not only someone from the 3 great academies, she was also a powerful world spiritist. How could he provoke someone she had set her eyes on? Taking a step back, the mission list of that brat from back then still made him feel amazed. That brat seemed to be a world spiritist too. Kneel down now. Feng Wuhan said quickly. His tone was anxious, but Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect his master to be angry. Lin Ling was going to suffer. However, just as he was about to speak, a palm suddenly slapped him on the back of his head, knocking him to the ground. Kneel down right now. With a bang, Xianxia was smashed to the ground. His face was filled with disbelief. His master was angry, but was he venting his anger on him? Seeing that, the soldiers of the 2 armies opened their mouths wide. Master, what are you doing? Master! Xianxia felt extremely wronged as he whispered. However, Wind Without Trace completely ignored him. He jogged to Lin Ling, bowed respectfully and said, "So Senior is here. Please don't blame me for not noticing Senior here." Master! He bowed deeply and saluted. This. Master! The 2 armies were silent. Even some of the soldiers holding the flags dropped them to the ground in shock. At that moment, even the warhorses didn't dare to make a sound. Although Wind Without Trace cultivation wasn't high, because of his identity as a world spiritist, he didn't even put a general in his eyes. But now, this insufferably arrogant green-robed world spiritist was currying favor with Lin Ling like a pug. Moreover, he was even calling Lin Ling Senior. This was simply an endless night's talk. Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He was still indifferent. Your disciple seemed to be very arrogant earlier. Huh? My disciple? Huh? Wind Without Trace's expression changed drastically. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Xianxia. He slapped him again. Who gave you the courage to call me your master? I don't have a disciple like you. Get lost. Scram. Master? Scram! Qian Taichi was smashed to the ground again. He was even more confused. Because of Lin Ling's words, he couldn't become Wind Without Trace's disciple? One must know that a world spiritist must be brought in by a master. Wind Without Trace was a green-robed world spiritist recognized by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Not only was it beneficial for him, but it was also beneficial for Tating Commandery. He had even boasted in Tating Commandery that he had already become Wind Without Trace's disciple. At that time, the entire commandery was congratulating him. His father was also proud. Now that he was chased away, how could he report back? He would probably be laughed at to death. Master, give me another chance. Yes. Qian Taichi quickly got up and grabbed Wind Without Trace's leg. Bang. However, Wind Without Trace sent him flying with a kick. He cut off all ties and said straightforwardly, "Get lost. It's fine if you want to die, but don't drag me down. If you come closer to me, I'll kill you." Yes. Hearing Wind Without Trace's ruthless words, both armies were dumbfounded. The four generals also stared at Lin Ling. They felt that it was earth-shattering. You were very arrogant before. You actually wanted our martial god battalion to bow. However, Lin Ling's expression was still cold. Senior, I didn't recognize you. As the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. Wind Without Trace said with a terrified expression. Then he ruthlessly slapped himself a few times. Look at my eyes. I really deserve to be hit. I'll hit. Yes. He knew very well that as long as he still wanted to cultivate as a world spiritist, he couldn't offend Ancestor Dragon Granny. Therefore, he couldn't afford to offend this young man. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp slaps were even louder than the war drums, causing the martial god battalion to be speechless. They felt as if they were dreaming. As for Huang Fui Dao and the other two generals, they were all stunned. Although they knew that Lin Ling was very mysterious, making a green-robed world spiritist slap his own face and flatter him like a dog was not something that could be done with strength. Something must have happened between them, which caused Wind Without Trace to be very afraid of Lin Ling. However, the world spiritist who was arrogant and had his eyes above his head was now slapping his own face. This scene made them feel that it was very unreal. Senior, the ignorant are not guilty. Look at the martial god giant. I'll repair it for you for free. Slap. Wind Without Trace carefully looked at Lin Ling. He was afraid that Lin Ling was still angry. Do I need your help? Slap. However, Lin Ling's expression was still not good. This little guy. The hearts of Huang Fui Dao and the others fiercely trembled. Right now, Lin Ling could completely let him repair the martial god giant, but who knew that Lin Ling would actually disdain him? Moreover, his tone was still cold. Subconsciously, they were also afraid that Wind Without Trace would be angered and leave. After all, an arrogant attitude could be used once, but it couldn't be used thrice. Chapter 2370. Translator, Nyoibo Studio. See the guests out. Master Feng Wuhan, this brat is too arrogant. He's not giving you any face at all. At this moment, Qian Taichi got up. He hated Lin Ling to the bone. However, he believed that Master Feng Wuhan had been bewitched by Lin Ling. If Lin Ling continued to neglect him, he would definitely offend Master Feng Wuhan. Grandmaster Feng Wuhan, you might have mistaken him for someone else. This kid has never even been to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. He's not as powerful as you think. Green Rainbow General also opened his mouth to speak. At this moment, he was certain that Feng Wuhan had definitely mistaken him for someone else. Don't listen to their nonsense. Grandmaster Feng Wuhan, please take action. Huang Fui Dao and the others hurriedly said. They were afraid that Feng Wuhan would be so dissension. If that happened, it would be over. Voices rang out one after another. However, Feng Wuhan's expression was indifferent and he did not say a word. Earlier, when Lin Ling refused to let him repair the martial god giant, he was indeed very anxious. However, he suddenly recalled what had happened in the everlasting market, and now he suddenly understood. I won't repair the giant martial god. Feng Wuhan said calmly. What? Why don't you fix it? The expressions of Huang Fui Dao and the others changed dramatically. It seemed that Lin Ling had thoroughly angered Feng Wuhan. Grandmaster Feng Wuhan, it seems like you've understood. I was just talking about a small soldier. How could a grandmaster like you bow to him personally? Grandmaster must have mistaken me for someone else. General Qinghong couldn't help but laugh. Qianteiqi was also elated and almost roared at the sky. Previously, he had been utterly humiliated, but now, Master Feng Wuhan had finally changed his mind. He wanted to see what Lin Ling would say next. After Huangfu Yidao and the others sighed, they started to look for Lin Ling. If there weren't so many people here, they would have told Lin Ling that Lin Ling should have been more polite. I didn't repair it because Senior has already done it. However, just as their gazes moved, Grandmaster Feng Wuhan spoke. His words were like thunder, silencing the entire army. The truth was that Feng Wuhan had come to a sudden realization because he knew that Lin Ling didn't need him to repair the martial god giant, because Lin Ling could do it himself. At practically the same time, numerous gazes started to search for Lin Ling. Only then did they notice that Lin Ling had arrived before the martial god giant. His hands moved repeatedly, causing numerous mysterious barriers to float out and be slapped onto the martial god giant. Kakaka. The giant who had fallen to the ground slowly got up. That terrifying aura caused the two armies to fall into silence. That guy knows how to use spirit formations. Huangfu Yidao and the others were so shocked that they almost fell to the ground. One must know that in the martial god battalion, there were actually many people who knew spirit formations. However, they only knew a little about it. At most, they would only be able to use black cloak or white cloak. It was already very good to be able to use blue cloak. Therefore, they had sought the help of Wind Without Trace because he was a green robe. As the saying went, if a robe was less than blue, then calling oneself a boundary master would be futile. Only green-robed world spiritist would be able to enter the eyes of the various powers. Yet now, their martial god battalion had actually concealed a green-robed world spiritist. That boy is so young. How could he be a green-robed world spiritist? That great General Cyan Rainbow also cried out in alarm. However, that was not the end of it. Strands of multicolored flames floated out dazzlingly. Once the flames appeared, the martial god giant's left leg began to burn. There was a scar there. This time, the flames were used to heal the wound on the left leg. With the burning of the flames and the numerous mysterious barriers, the wound on the left leg rapidly healed. What sort of flames are those? This time, even Wind Without Trace was astonished. He had guessed that the mysterious youth would definitely have some ability. However, he had never imagined that the youth would actually possess such flames. After all, the majority of world spiritists were fire, lightning, and light attribute world spiritists. Using those talents to forge spirit formations would allow them to achieve twice the results with half the effort. As for that mysterious youth, he was clearly a fire attribute world spiritist. However, the mysteriousness of his flames caused even Wind Without Trace to feel extremely envious. At that moment, Wind Without Trace was clearly unnecessary. There was no need for him to personally take care of the martial god giant. The two armies stared at the black-robed youth. At that moment, the youth was like a dazzling star that emitted boundless radiance. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were secretly excited. It seemed that they had still underestimated their lord's mysteriousness. It's done. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's voice floated out. It's done? The two armies spoke at the same time. So fast? They had thought that the restoration would take at least 3 months. However, only an incense stick's worth of time had passed. Senior, is it really done? Wind Without Trace flew over and exclaimed in disbelief. It's just a puppet. How much time do you want to waste? I don't have that much time. Lin Ling said indifferently. His skill in forging spirit formations was extremely high. He had always been lacking in materials. This time, it was just restoration and not forging. How much time would he need to waste? Most importantly, he possessed the space-time flame. The restoration process was 100 times faster. The space-time flame was capable of burning time and space. It naturally had the ability to shorten the time required during the forging process. Even if that's the case, it's still too fast. Wind Without Trace looked at Lin Ling dumbfoundedly. Then, under countless gazes, he knelt down and said, "Master, please accept me as your disciple." When he knelt down, the two armies almost knelt down as well. They knelt down in shock. Was this still the arrogant green-robed spirit formation master from before? Moreover, he had come today to restore the martial god giant. He had even come to acknowledge him as his master. As for Qian Taichi, his mouth was wide open. He could not make any sound. He was proud to be able to acknowledge Master Wind Without Trace. However, Master Wind Without Trace had rejected him and instead acknowledged Lin Ling as his master. Then what was he? He was Lin Ling's grand disciple? No, he could not even be considered Lin Ling's grand disciple. Good. That's great. After the shock, Huang Fuidao and the other two old men shouted excitedly. They had never thought that the boy was also a spirit formation master. They had found out too late. They were even more curious about Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling's cultivation speed was fast, and his comprehension of martial techniques was not weak. However, he also knew how to use spirit formations. Could it be that he had 3 heads and 6 arms? He had reached the point of perfection in every field. General Qinghong, I'm sorry for making you come here in vain. Now send the guests out. Then, Huang Fuidao looked at General Qinghong and said, earlier, they had swallowed their anger, but now, they could hold their heads high. Send the guests out. The soldiers of the Martial God Battalion also let out cheerful voices. They had been displeased with the Martial God Battalion for a long time. You came from afar and didn't even drink a sip of water. Our Martial God Battalion has neglected our guests. Who told them to be trash? We invited them to restore the Martial God Giant, but they failed. How could they have the nerve to stay? That's right. Our Lord Lin Ling is still the best. The soldiers all waved their fists. Without a doubt, the soldiers of the Martial God Battalion were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Chapter 2371. Inquiring Heaven War Drum. Hold on, I want to go to the Inquiring Heaven War Drum. Qian Taichi shouted angrily. He had been humiliated repeatedly today, and he couldn't take it lying down. Moreover, if he went back with his tail between his legs, the soldiers of the God of War Battalion would definitely blame him. That's right, the Marshal of the God of War Battalion has agreed to let us go to the Inquiring Heaven War Drum. General Qinghong also didn't want to leave like a stray dog. Huang Fuidao and the rest had indeed received the order, and they nodded immediately. They naturally couldn't disobey the Marshal's order. You're Lin Ling, right? Do you dare to play with the God of War Battalion? Let's see who can beat the drum better. Qian Taichi stared at Lin Ling as if he wanted to kill Lin Ling. Why are you shouting so loudly? Do you think you can win by shouting loudly? Or are you a toad who wants others to notice you so you croak? How embarrassing. How can you call yourself the #1 genius of the God of War Battalion? The youngest deputy general? Is there no one else in the God of War Battalion? You found a toad to be your deputy general. Lin Ling retorted. He was extremely unhappy with Qian Taichi. I think there's no one else in the God of War Battalion, but they found a toad to be their deputy general. In fact, I think a frog is more suitable. A lot of mocking laughter came from the God of War Battalion. The God of War Battalion trembled in anger, but they couldn't refute. Don't try to talk back. Of course, the angriest one was undoubtedly Qian Taichi. He tore off a large number of feathers from the feather fan in his hand. He was seething with anger. In fact, his strength and status weren't weak. Unfortunately, he met Lin Ling, otherwise, he could still be a little arrogant. You're angry just because someone else said something. You'd better not be a deputy general. However, Lin Ling replied indifferently. Many people in the War God Battalion nodded in agreement. Lin Ling and Qian Taichi were both the #1 geniuses in the battalion. However, it was clear who was more dazzling. I say, Lord Qian Taishu, stop tearing your fan. You've already plucked out all the feathers. You should calm down. Even falling flowers, flowing water sword teased him. At this moment, Shantiyoshi was suppressing his anger. His face was round. Go to the heaven inquiring war drum. General Green Rainbow also felt that Qian Taichi was embarrassed, so he tried to smooth things over. Then let's go. Huang Fui Dao and the others immediately nodded. The two armies immediately merged and advanced into the distance. The heaven-seeking war drum was rumored to have accumulated countless soldier formations. There were 8 trigrams formation, 9 armies formation, white crane flaring wings formation, etc. As for the 81 war drums, after they were beaten, tens of millions of soldiers would appear. It was something that every martial had to learn. According to the rules of the Martial God Battalion, anyone who could beat 10 war drums would be able to proudly leave the Martial God Battalion. This was a supreme honor. Today, the people from the Martial God Battalion had come to beat the war drums. Obviously, they knew that many people from the Martial God Battalion had failed, so they wanted to use this opportunity to attack the Martial God Battalion and prove that the Martial God Battalion was more powerful. The two armies quickly arrived at a canyon. The canyon was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. From time to time, battle cries could be heard. Above the canyon, lightning flashed like snakes. Above the endless lightning, mysterious clouds drifted. One could vaguely see the war drums beating. This was the heaven-seeking war drum left behind by the predecessors. Lin Ling, if you want to leave the Martial God Battalion, you must beat the heaven-seeking war drum. However, since it's your first time here, there's no need to rush. You'll definitely succeed after some research. Huang Fui Dao appeared beside Lin Ling and gave him some pointers. Lin Ling nodded. In fact, his main goal here was to beat the war drums and leave the Martial God Battalion. Dong dong dong. At the same time, the soundless sound of the war drums resounded. It was transmitted to everyone's hearts, making them feel as though they were being summoned by the war drums to prepare for battle. However, in reality, the war drums were silent. It was the momentum of the war drums that affected the army. These drums actually have souls. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. Through his eyes of time, he saw that every drum represented an army of millions. It represented a supreme military formation with an imposing aura. I'll go first. At this moment, the chess boy spoke. He was good at chess and had been here twice. Therefore, he was familiar with the heaven-seeking war drum. Go, Commander Chess, go for it. Many people from the Martial God Battalion cheered immediately. They were looking forward to the chess boy beating the war drums. It's moving. At this moment, someone exclaimed. The chess boy shot into the clouds and disappeared without a trace. He was looking for the first drum. One had to know that there were 81 drums here. They were hidden very well and had to be beaten according to order. Otherwise, they would fail. The war drums weren't static. Every 15 minutes, they would undergo earth-shattering changes. He'll definitely fail. Many soldiers from the Martial God Battalion mocked. They were here to trample on the battlefield. Naturally, they didn't want the Martial God Battalion to return victorious. What nonsense are you talking about? Many people from the Martial God Battalion refused to be outdone. Dong dong dong. At this moment, the war drums resounded. We did it. Huang Fui Dao and the others laughed when they heard the drums. The first drum was beaten. Dong dong dong. However, their surprise didn't end there. The second drum was beaten, and it was even louder this time. If these drum beats were to be played in the myriad of worlds, it would be enough to shatter a world. Especially Lin Ling's world, a single drum could cause the world to collapse. Dong dong dong. The third drum followed closely behind. Nice. The soldiers of the Martial God Battalion cheered. As the saying goes, one can do it in one go. The chess boy had beaten the drums 3 times in a row. Dong dong dong. However, the deafening sound resounded once more. The fourth drum was beaten. The fifth drum. At this moment, the soldiers of the Martial God Battalion became nervous. Were they going to fail again? They could only watch as the commander of the Martial God Battalion bullied them. Calm down. However, Qian Taichi waved his fan and spoke indifferently. His tone was filled with confidence. However, the feathers on his fan were sparse at this moment, and it was slightly comical. Of course, his confidence wasn't without reason. After the fifth drum, the drum beats in the clouds disappeared. In the next moment, a figure fell from the clouds and smashed into the canyon. It was the chess boy. He had clearly failed. Ka. At the same time, thousands of lightning bolts appeared, forming a huge electric net below the chess boy. If the chess boy fell again, he would definitely be in danger. Oh no! Many people shouted. However, at this moment, a sword beam shot out at lightning speed. It pierced through the chess boy's armor and stabbed him into the canyon wall, preventing him from falling any further. Furthermore, the sword had pierced through the chess boy's clothes, leaving him completely unscathed. Thank you, Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword. The chess boy wiped his sweat and looked at the side of the canyon. The one who attacked was Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword. How lucky! Xianxia smiled disdainfully when he saw this. He looked at the army of the Martial God Battalion and said, "Let me tell you, don't think you'll be fine after failing. When you fall from the clouds, the lightning will seriously injure you. The weak will be killed immediately." Chapter 2372. Taisui Charm Drum Scroll. Lord Xianxia, aren't you too shameless? The drum hasn't been sounded yet and you're already affecting our morale. Falling Flowers Flowing Water immediately said. Anyone could see that Xianxia was trying to affect everyone's mentality. His methods were despicable. Then go ahead if you're not afraid of death. I won't stop you anyway. Xianxia smiled indifferently. Falling Flowers Flowing Water didn't say anything else. He looked at Lin Ling and said, Lord Lin Ling, the heaven-seeking war drum has a pattern. I've been here twice, so I'm familiar with it. I hope it can be of help to you. He knew that it was Lin Ling's first time here. Obviously, no first-time visitors could succeed. Therefore, he wanted to give Lin Ling some help. Go ahead. Lin Ling nodded and smiled. Lin Ling, pay more attention. Look at the changes in the clouds. It's like a formation. As long as you find the key to the formation, you'll be able to find the first drum. Of course, if your soul power reaches level 800 and shrouds the entire heaven-seeking cloud, you'll be able to reveal the heaven-seeking war drum even faster. Huangfui Dao also gave Lin Ling some pointers. Soul power? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. His soul power had reached level 1000. As for seeing through the heaven-seeking war drum, although any martial arts would be blocked by the clouds, his 10,000 elephant demonic eyes could see through everything. Come on, Commander Falling Flowers Flowing Water. At this moment, cheers came from the Martial God Battalion. Dong dong dong. Falling Flowers Flowing Water had been here twice, so he quickly sounded the first drum. However, he was a little slow for the second drum. Compared to Chess Boy, Falling Flowers Flowing Water was obviously more cautious. As a soldier, you're so timid. It seems like you won't achieve anything great. Xianxia immediately commented on Falling Flowers Flowing Water's cautiousness. Instantly, many people in the Martial God Battalion glared at him. However, although Falling Flowers Flowing Water was cautious, it had its benefits. Unknowingly, he had sounded the fifth drum, surpassing Chess Boy. Everyone in the Martial God Battalion was even more excited as they clenched their fists. Dong dong dong. After a while, the sixth drum sounded. Good, looks like the Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword didn't waste 2 years. This year's results are obviously better than last year's. Many of the Grand Commanders laughed. The more they came, the more advantage they would have. However, after the sixth drum, the misty clouds became even quieter. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword did not seem to be confident enough. In fact, this was indeed the case. The seventh drum, Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword, was nowhere to be found. His eyes were filled with drums and he didn't know which drum to hit. Fight! Blossoming Flowing Water Sword roared. He couldn't let the God of War Battalion kill him. Dong dong dong. However, in the next moment, the sound of the drums reverberated. The seventh drum shook the heavens and earth. On both sides of the canyon, everyone cried out in alarm. However, Blossoming Flowing Water Sword could only bitterly smile, because the previous drum was a mistake. It could only be said that his luck was not bad. And after that, he had no clue at all. Alas! blossoming flowing water sword sighed and appeared above the canyon. He had given up. If this continued, he would definitely be injured. Not bad. However, many people in the God of War battalion were still happy for him. The seventh drum was already a very good result. As for the God of War battalion, Xianxia shook his head in disdain. Many people saw his contemptuous expression, but they didn't care about his disdainful smile. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flashed and he wanted to give it a try. When the chess boy and blossoming flowing water sword saw this, they hurriedly told Lin Ling their experiences. After all, this was Lin Ling's first time here. During this process, no one hit the drums. Obviously, everyone's confidence wasn't very strong. However, just as Lin Ling was about to go out, a figure suddenly moved faster than him. Let me show you what a war drum is. A suave figure passed through everyone's eyes. It was Xianxia. It had to be said that this time, he had completely swept away the embarrassing situation from before. He appeared to be graceful and extremely confident. However, it was undeniable that the person who proposed to hit the drums this time was Xianxia. Therefore, he dared to come here because he had absolute confidence. In an instant, many people in the God of War battalion turned serious. The three generals also narrowed their eyes and looked at General Green Rainbow. Indeed, he revealed an unfathomable smile. And that was indeed the case. Xianxia struck. The drums shook the sky. The deafening sound continued to resound. The first drum. The second drum. The third drum. The fourth drum. This crazy guy hit the drums 5 times in a row. He overtook the chess boy in an instant. Master Xianxia, go for it. Go. The God of War battalion immediately became excited as if they had won the battle. Hee, the God of War battalion's heaven-seeking war drum? Even General Green Rainbow let out a satisfied sound. Of course, his voice was filled with contempt for the God of War battalion. Dong dong dong. Following this, the 6th beat of the drum could be heard. He's catching up to me. Clench. Blossoming flowing water sword immediately clenched his fist. The 6th drum was coming. Was Xianxia going to be like him? Impossible. This was Xianxia's first time here. He couldn't possibly surpass him. Dong dong dong. However, when the drums sounded, his face turned pale. The morale of the God of War battalion also plummeted. When the 7th drum sounded, it would be the same as blossoming flowing water sword. In that case, the God of War battalion would be inferior. After all, it was Xianxia's first time here. Xianxia hasn't come out yet. Is he going to sound the 8th drum? Many people exclaimed in shock, finding it unbelievable. He can't possibly succeed. The chess boy and the rest clenched their fists and shook their heads. Xianxia had already sounded the drums 7 times in a row. That was already a miracle. It was impossible for him to surpass blossoming flowing water sword. The 8th drum was very difficult to sound. It was said that once it was sounded, there would be a change in the world. Dong dong dong. However, the more they were afraid of something, the thing they were afraid of would quietly arrive. In the sky, thousands of soldiers and horses appeared, slaughtering the world. That ancient aura shook the world. The 8th drum sounded. Could it be the Tai Sui charm drum? Huang Fuidao and the rest had ugly expressions. They didn't believe that Xianxia's first time here would go so smoothly. There must be something hidden. They guessed that it was the Tai Sui charm drum. It was an extremely ancient drum formation. It was said that the heaven-seeking war drum was set up with this formation. Therefore, if Xianxia had studied the Tai Sui charm drum, then it was naturally possible for him to sound the 8th drum. Damn it! Xianxia had indeed come prepared. Hee, the heaven-seeking war drum belongs to the God of War battalion, but our God of War battalion has sounded the 8th drum. Doesn't the God of War battalion feel embarrassed? General Qinghong took the opportunity to raise his eyebrows. Behind him, the God of War battalion was also roaring. Dong dong dong. However, just as he finished speaking, another drum sounded. An even more terrifying phenomenon appeared in the sky. Countless divine beasts stomped on the ground, destroying the world. The 9th drum sounded. Hee, so it's the 9th drum. General Qinghong immediately corrected. The God of War battalion fell into a dead silence. All the soldiers' faces were extremely pale. At the same time, a figure shot out from the clouds in front. It was Qiantai. He didn't dare to sound the 10th drum. After all, if he failed, he would be struck by lightning. He didn't dare to take the risk. Chapter 2373. One's glory, all's glory. As expected, the God of War battalion cheered as he walked over like an undefeatable God of War. The heaven-seeking war drum of the martial god battalion? Qiantai looked at the martial god battalion with disdain. He had beaten the drum 9 times, which was enough for him to redeem himself. He had gotten back all the face he had lost for the God of War battalion. Moreover, he had definitely become the hero of the God of War battalion. At this moment, the entire canyon was filled with the cheers of the God of War battalion. The martial god battalion was very quiet. They were inferior and could only endure the humiliation. As for the 3 generals, they were smiling bitterly in their hearts. However, they still pretended to be calm on the surface. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly shot into the clouds ahead. Lin Ling had made his move. He had gone to beat the drum without saying anything. In fact, after continuous observation, the heaven-seeking war drum was just SOSO to Lin Ling. His soul power was terrifying and had already shrouded the entire cloud layer. His all-encompassing demonic eyes were even more demonic as he had seen through the rhythm of the drum. This guy. The 3 generals had no idea of Lin Ling's confidence. They immediately smiled helplessly. It's Lord Lin Ling. He has also joined the battle. Perhaps he will create a miracle. I think it will be difficult. After all, this is Lord Lin Ling's first time here. He isn't familiar with the heaven-seeking war drum at all. He doesn't even know how big the clouds are. But this is also the first time that Qiantai has been here. Didn't he also beat the drum? This is different. Haven't you heard that Qiantai seems to have obtained some Taisui scroll? That's why he is familiar with this place. This Qiantai is too much. He has clearly done his homework. This isn't his first time here. At this moment, Lin Ling had undoubtedly attracted countless gazes. Many people were discussing him. As for the God of War battalion, disdainful voices sounded. After all, they had also heard that this was Lin Ling's first time here. This obviously wouldn't have any effect. I think he might not even be able to beat 5 drums. Qiantai waved his fan and said as he walked. General Qinghong nodded. Perhaps, but to be able to beat 4 drums on his first time here is not bad. Lord, how about we make a bet? I think he can beat 5 drums at most. You really like to surprise people. All right, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll play with you. I'll bet 4 drums. The 2 of them spoke one after another. Sir, let's bet. Many soldiers from the war battalion joined the war camp Barak also. They didn't think Lin Ling would win at all. However, their arrogant bet infuriated everyone in the martial god battalion. However, just as everyone was discussing spiritedly, the sound of drums rang out in the sky. Dong dong dong. The first drum the war. Many people in the martial god battalion were pleasantly surprised. Lord Lin Ling's speed was so fast. But before they had time to be surprised, the second drum followed. The of the war of if chess boy was said to be a spurt of energy, falling flowers flowing water was said to be overly cautious, and Qiantai was said to be smooth, then Lin Ling was said to be a bolt of lightning. This was because the speed at which he struck the drums was like he was walking in his own backyard. It exceeded everyone before him. Gradually, the 5th drum sounded. He surpassed me on his first try? I'm good at chess. Chess boy's indifferent expression was now filled with astonishment. Can you compare with Lord? Falling flowers flowing water immediately retorted, but he was also shocked. Following that, the 6th and 7th drums sounded simultaneously. 2 drums at the same time? Could it be that Lin Ling had an avatar technique? Miracle, it's a miracle! Huang Fuidao and the other 2 great generals exclaimed. They had never seen anyone strike 2 drums at the same time. Furthermore, he managed to strike the 7th drum on his first try. It was a miracle! As for the God of War battalion, Everyone forgot about the bet as they stared intently at the sky. Qian Taichi was even more so. He even forgot to wave his fan as he said with a frown, "It's impossible for him to strike the 8th drum." In fact, even the people from the God of War battalion did not believe that Lin Ling could strike the 8th drum. After all, this required a powerful array formation skill. Furthermore, one needed to know the location of every drum and understand the rhythm of each drum. Qian Taichi had studied the Taisui charm drum for 3 years before he became slightly familiar with it. It was even more impossible for Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's figure appeared faintly amidst the clouds. He was walking in the clouds. His pace wasn't fast, but it attracted everyone's attention. The short period of time he took to walk felt as long as the end of time. This fellow. The 3 great generals were clearly more nervous than Lin Ling. The weight was too unbearable. They constantly shouted in their hearts. Would Lin Ling succeed on the 8th drum? Finally, Lin Ling's footsteps came to a stop. They could vaguely see that Lin Ling was standing under an ancient drum. He will definitely fail. Qian Taichi was also very nervous as he gritted his teeth and said. However, just as he finished speaking, a strange phenomenon appeared. An army of thousands was pressing down. The 8th drum was successfully sounded. Dong dong dong. The sound spread throughout the world, but it shocked everyone's heart. Everyone's eyes lit up. There was only passion in their eyes. However, Lin Ling's figure quickly disappeared. Instead, a strange phenomenon of divine beasts marching out appeared. Dong dong dong. Qilin, Phoenix, and Azure Dragon came from afar. These divine beasts seemed to have received the call of the God of War battalion and were about to march out. The 9th drum was sounded. But the fan in Qian Taichi's hand fell to the ground. His face froze as if he had seen a ghost. Dong dong dong. However, the scene of 10 drums shaking the heavens suddenly appeared. In the sky, an army of thousands of divine beasts was marching out. The 10th drum was actually sounded by Lin Ling. Boom. The drum beats were like endless thunder that smashed into everyone's heart. Could it be that this fellow has already seen through the heaven-seeking war drum? His soul power has reached level 800? Huang Fuidao exclaimed. With a powerful soul power, he could find the war drum faster than others. He had always thought that Lin Ling's cultivation was powerful. However, who knew that his barrier was also powerful and his soul power was even more terrifying? For so many years, the God of War battalion has wanted to sound the heaven-seeking war drum. Unfortunately, in history, only 5 people have succeeded. Those 5 people also spent a lot of time, but this is his first time here. The first miracle of the God of War battalion has been created by him. The first person to use the heaven-seeking war drum. The other 2 generals also spoke one after another. As for General Qinghong's side, they were speechless. They had wanted to show off in front of the God of War battalion, but in the end, they had become supporting characters. And Lin Ling now had the absolute qualifications to leave the God of War battalion. This was an endless glory. Lord Lin Ling. Over at the God of War battalion, crazy voices exploded. Xian Yuanga, young martial god, and the others' beautiful eyes were moist. Lin Ling had indeed not disappointed them. As for Gong Yangjiang and the others, they clenched their fists and were extremely excited. One's glory, one's loss, all's loss. They were from the God of War battalion, so naturally, they did not want to see the God of War battalion being trampled on by others. Chapter 2374. Moving forward bravely, Master Huangfu, can I leave the martial god battalion after you sound the drums? At this moment, Lin Ling's voice suddenly came from the clouds. Huang Fuidao replied proudly. His face was full of a happy smile, as if he saw a junior making him proud. When the others leave, do they have to sound the drums 10 times? Lin Ling's voice came again. This is a military rule, and it cannot be changed. All right, I will sound the drums for my men. However, Lin Ling's next sentence shocked the entire army. What did Lin Ling mean? At this moment, Lin Ling retracted his gaze and looked at the drums in the clouds. He sensed that each drum had a soul, and each of them was a huge soul made of steel. Each drum represented a life and a world. The true purpose of the ancient drums was to record history. In those distant years, warriors fought in the myriad of worlds to protect their country. In the ancient era, demons rose and the myriad of worlds fell into chaos. A sword, a saber, and a world of clarity. Lin Ling even saw his hometown, which used to be chaotic. The sea turned to dust, and the lightning dried up. It was a barren land. Later, warriors came and decided everything. No one knew about this. Even though Lin Ling was so familiar with the rainforest's sacred ground, he did not know. At this moment, his left eye seemed to understand those drums. He stood in front of a huge ancient drum and hit it with his fist. Dong dong. His speed was not fast, but it was steady and powerful. With each hit, the heaven-seeking war drum hidden in the clouds also echoed. That's right, it was the echo. The echo made the other drums sound as well. Dong dong dong. Gradually, the clouds dispersed. 81 drums floated in the sky, like the most ancient military formation. What? Seeing this scene, the three generals' faces changed dramatically. It was the first time they saw the true body of the heaven-seeking war drum. At this moment, the two armies were silent. Suddenly, a terrifying thought arose in their minds. Was Lin Ling going to sound the 81 drums at once? That was impossible. And that seemed to be the case. This was because Lin Ling's hand had stopped. His brows were furrowed as if he had entered some kind of mental bottleneck. He couldn't figure it out. It was as if the drum was a natural barrier, and if it was struck again, it would be beyond redemption. Lin Ling immediately fell into deep thought. His hands stopped in midair. However, his gaze was fixated on the distance as he listened to the drumbeats. It was as if he had seen his entire life. That blind young man from Guyan sect, he used all his strength and gradually eliminated all the disciples of Guyan sect, standing at the peak of Guyan sect. He then saw the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, where the youth eliminated all the experts and decided the future of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He saw the 7 profound martial house. He saw the rainforest holy land. That's right, it was elimination. On the path of martial arts, countless geniuses wanted to reach the end. In this process, the strong preyed on the weak, and the strong washed away the sand. Therefore, you cannot be weak. You can only fight on like a strong man. You can only eliminate them. Only then will you be able to go further. The winner is king. Perhaps in the future, you will also be eliminated by others, but at least you have worked hard, fought hard, and that is enough. Who in the heavens can understand me? 10,000 miles of worry, star confinement lock. How many times can one fight in life? If I eliminate too many people, I am too dazzling, and cause the envy of the heavens and earth, then let the heavens punish me. I am still me and I will still eliminate all of them. Lin Ling's pupils became firm. If the world calls me a demon, then so what if I am a demon? His hand moved. At this moment, he didn't hesitate. Dong dong dong. The war drums were struck once again. Life was like a drum. Since it had been struck, then it would continue to be struck, and use the drum to question the heavens. Dong dong dong. The frenzied drumbeats resounded, and the momentum was magnificent. Moreover, an endless army appeared. These were the souls of the soldiers of the past. The drumbeats seemed to strike the souls of the soldiers of the martial god camp for millions of years, calling them to battle. At this moment, 81 drums resonated. With Lin Ling's drum as the center, a deafening sound rang out, as if asking the heavens. This was because Lin Ling had struck 81 drums in one go. The sound of 81 drums sounding at the same time hadn't been heard for 100,000 years. The drumbeats made everyone's blood boil. They wanted to protect their country, grab their weapons, and kill all enemies. This sound was like a bugle call for battle, urging them to charge forward bravely. This was also Lin Ling's martial heart. Since he had chosen to eliminate others, then he would charge forward bravely. 81 drums resonated. The 3 generals were incomparably excited. They didn't expect Lin Ling to strike 81 drums at the same time. As for the martial god camp, although the soldiers weren't in the same camp as Lin Ling, they couldn't wait to follow Lord Lin Ling into battle. This made Green Rainbow General and Xianxia turn deathly pale. This was because the momentum of the army had affected the soldiers. This was a kind of army that charged forward bravely, and even their soldiers were affected. Shameful, shameful. The soldiers of the martial god camp were affected by the soldiers of the martial god camp. Wasn't this shameful? At the same time, in a small bamboo pavilion of the martial god camp, a cultured and refined man was playing chess. However, at this moment, his body trembled as he looked into the distance in disbelief. The drums that have disappeared for 100,000 years have reappeared. Boom! This Lin Ling is really mysterious. Dong dong dong. Above the majestic canyon, the drumbeats spread throughout the world for a long time. Lin Ling, come and see me quickly. Amidst the drumbeats, a smiling voice drifted over from the distance. It's the voice of Martial Sacred Flame Violent Tiger. Huang Dao and the other two generals' expressions changed drastically. Even Green Rainbow General's pupils constricted. Lin Ling had actually been personally invited by Primeval. The drumbeats that hadn't appeared for 100,000 years had indeed shaken the world. Dong dong dong. At this moment, Lin Ling was still striking the drums. The knot in his heart seemed to have been broken at this moment. This made his heart feel very smooth and his thoughts were clear. At this moment, his soul power was also crazily increasing, and it gradually reached the realm of 1,300 steps. It must be known that martial artists would have a knot in their heart, and it would eventually become a repressed thought. Perhaps a martial arts movement was not suitable, and this would cause them to ponder for a long time, causing them to not be able to eat well. Or perhaps they had killed too many people, causing them to hesitate. All of these would affect the mentality of a martial artist. Only when one's thoughts were clear could they see the boundless sky. At this moment, Lin Ling had broken through the knot in his heart, and that was to bravely move forward. The 81st drum has been sounded. Lords, can I take Meng Meng and leave the martial god camp? After a long time, Lin Ling retracted his gaze and looked at the canyon. His voice was filled with endless heroism. The three generals said word by word. Thank you. Lin Ling's lips curled into a brilliant smile. His body moved and he shot into the distance. He was going to see the marshal. Countless gazes looked at the black-robed figure, and deep within their eyes, there was only deep admiration. As expected of Lin Ling, falling flowers, flowing water, and the others said solemnly. It was Lin Ling's first time here, but he had struck the 81st drum. This miracle would definitely be recorded in the annals of the martial god camp. Chapter 2375. Meet the martial dong dong dong. As Lin Ling left, the drumming gradually died down. However, the cheers from the martial gods battalion grew louder. They raised their weapons and cheered. Compared to them, the martial gods battalion was very quiet. They did not expect that Xianxia would still lose to Lin Ling despite using the Taisui enchanted drum. This made them too ashamed to face anyone. I told you you're just a toad. Amidst the cheers, the falling flowers flowing water sword's voice drifted out. The sword pointed at Xianxia. Me. Xianxia wanted to refute, but he had no reason to. He could only grit his teeth in anger. Lin Ling. Everything was because of Lin Ling. Why was Lin Ling so much more powerful than him when they were all the top geniuses of their respective battalions? He was unwilling to accept this. He was even jealous. Great General Qinghong, the war drums of the martial gods battalion are not for you to beat. The three great generals also spoke up at this moment. Didn't they bet on Lord Lin Ling? Now, someone has won the bet. Many people from the martial gods battalion also spoke up. Great General Qinghong was silent. The martial gods battalion was even more silent. They were clearly too ashamed to face anyone. Send the guests off. Huang Dao finally said. He was cold, disdainful and mocking. Let's go. Great General Qinghong did not dare to stay. He would only be embarrassing himself if he stayed. Even so, he knew that it would not be long before the great Azure Divine Dynasty's army camp would become a laughing stock. Ha! The mocking laughter from the martial gods battalion grew louder. At this moment, Lin Ling was still moving forward. A voice pointed him in a direction. It led him through the chaos of the universe and into a mysterious secret realm. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. It seemed to be a part of the chaos of the universe. A small island floated in the middle. There was a large amount of green bamboo on the island. What a good place, Lin Ling thought to himself. He landed on the island. There was a small bamboo pavilion there. A middle-aged man in a green robe sat there. His long hair flowed casually and he looked very lazy. This is Martial Holy Fiery Tiger? Looking at the middle-aged man, Lin Ling couldn't help but be somewhat astonished. He thought that the Martial would definitely be a majestic man in armor. Who would have thought that Martial Holy Fiery Tiger would look more like a scholar? Hee, my name is Chi Yuhu, you can just call me Lord Chi. At this moment, the man looked at Lin Ling and laughed. This made Lin Ling also laugh and walk into the bamboo pavilion. He was neither haughty nor humble, calm and collected. Even Chi Yuhu couldn't help but take a few more glances at him because he thought that Lin Ling would be very terrified. Why do I feel like you're more like an adult? Then Chi Yuhu shook his head and smiled. He looked very approachable. Lord Chi, this is an elegant place. Wouldn't being too serious disturb the elegance of this place? Lin Ling sat down and smiled. Not bad, you're right. Chi Yuhu nodded thoughtfully. Then he set up the chessboard and said, Come, let's play a game. Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He just did as he was told. The two of them began to move the chessboard. Lin Ling's chess skills could only be considered average. Naturally, he wasn't Chi Yuhu's opponent. However, Lin Ling realized that this lord was advancing step by step and was using a large number of chess pieces to trap him. What a powerful move! Lin Ling could only keep retreating to avoid the sharp edge. However, the other party was aggressive and had a terrifying view of the overall situation. It formed a situation where a large army was pressing down on him. In this way, Lin Ling was in danger. The two of them seemed to be playing a casual game of chess, but a murderous aura quietly filled the air. The green bamboos around them were buzzing. If falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were here, just the aura alone would be enough to make them vomit 3 liters of blood. The seemingly elegant bamboo pavilion was, in fact, filled with terrifying murderous intent. Lin Ling's chess pieces kept retreating to avoid the sharp edge. However, gradually, he couldn't dodge anymore and could only admit defeat. You've lost. Enough. Almost at the same time, Chi Yuhu said indifferently. That's not necessarily true. Sigh. However, Lin Ling shook his head. He still persisted and used every single chess piece to meet force with force. Even if he was swallowed up, he still had to fight back. He obviously had the idea of perishing together with his opponent. Of course, fighting to the death like this wouldn't have any effect. All his chess pieces would be killed. Chi Yuhu's gaze flickered when he saw this. In truth, even if Lin Ling admitted defeat, he wouldn't go bankrupt. However, Lin Ling was actually fighting with his life on the line and insisted on fighting to the death. This guy would rather die than submit. You've clearly lost. Why are you still fighting to the death? Finally, Chi Yuhu raised his head and looked at Lin Ling with great curiosity. In his mind, Lin Ling hadn't even cultivated for 1,000 years. At this age, he was like a teenager. However, he realized that this junior didn't fear him at all. It was as if they were of the same generation. Moreover, his way of doing things was also unique. Blindly enduring won't change anything. If I lose, I die. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Instead of admitting defeat, why not fight to the death? Lin Ling replied with a smile. His words were simple, but they contained his heart of martial arts. Lin Ling couldn't admit defeat in front of an enemy, endure humiliation, and secretly cultivate in order to take revenge in the future. His heart of martial arts was like a war drum, courageously moving forward. He would rather die than submit. Just like when you beat the Ask the Heavens war drum. Since you've made your choice, then bravely move forward. Chi Yuhu seemed to understand Lin Ling's temperament. Once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. Lin Ling nodded. Not bad at all. A smile finally appeared on Chi Yuhu's face. A long time ago, he had heard from Huang Fui Dao and the others that Lin Ling was a soldier who didn't know his place. Now that he had met Lin Ling today, he realized that his reputation wasn't undeserved. Of course, there was nothing wrong with being unruly and unwilling to submit to others. However, the prerequisite was that one must have the corresponding capital. Otherwise, one would be too arrogant to see oneself clearly. Therefore, he had been secretly observing Lin Ling. But in the end, he discovered that Lin Ling had the capital to be arrogant. His cultivation speed was very fast, and he was an expert in barriers. Even his soul power had reached an unimaginable level. This guy was simply the best successor of the martial god barracks. He was also the most monstrous freak that the martial god barracks had seen in many years. You can leave the martial god barracks and go to the 3 great academies. I'll approve it. The martial god barracks martial seal will be yours. Chi Yuhu stood up and said, after the previous game of chess, he finally got to know Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling was a person who would rather die than live in dishonor. Thank you, sir. Lin Ling hurriedly bowed. In reality, he wasn't very interested in the martial seal. However, he didn't want to refuse Chi Yuhu. After all, the martial god barracks had treated him very well. You must have started cultivating your soul power when you were young. Your foundation is very solid. However, don't slack off. In the future, you'll discover that the benefits of soul power are more than you can imagine. Chi Yuhu said again, I'm well aware of that. How could Lin Ling not understand? In reality, his primal chaos divine technique was closely related to soul power. Without soul power, it would be difficult for him to enter a new world. Go. I hope to hear your name in the 3 great academies. Chi Yuhu stared at Lin Ling indifferently. His eyes shone with anticipation. That was because Lin Ling was the next marshal of the martial god barracks. He was very satisfied with the results of the examination. Chapter 2376. Lin Ling setting off for battle. I won't let you down. Lin Ling said his goodbyes and turned to leave. If you feel like you can't stay here anymore, you can come back. Just as Lin Ling turned around, Red Jade Tiger suddenly said. This made Lin Ling's heart feel warm. He nodded and strode forward. Let me ask you, who do you think I am? Seeing Lin Ling leave, Red Jade Tiger suddenly asked curiously. This was because Lin Ling didn't feel excited or scared when he saw him. It was too strange. I think of you as a comrade. Lin Ling paused his steps and smiled. Then he disappeared into the bamboo forest. Comrade, ha, what a great comrade. Red Jade Tiger muttered to himself and then laughed loudly. In the entire martial god battalion, only Lin Ling had the guts to do so. However, if Lin Ling wasn't special, how could he be qualified to take the martial seal? What a proud guy. Go, the martial god battalion will send you off. Red Jade Tiger sat down again and played 2 roles. He played chess with himself. The bamboo forest swayed quietly and a terrifying murderous intent filled the air once again. An illusionary image of a jade tiger that seemed to be made of glass also appeared in the sky above the bamboo forest. At this moment, Lin Ling had already left. Although he had only met the marshal once, he had a good impression of him. As for why he wasn't scared, it was because he was Li Xiaoyao. That night, the martial god battalion was extremely lively. It was as if they had won a battle. However, to be able to make the martial god battalion lose face and leave, this was indeed a great victory. After Lin Ling exchanged pleasantries with everyone, he was ready to leave. He had beaten 81 drums and could take 8 people with him. Among them were Xian Yuange, Lin Xianxin, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword, Gong Yang Jiang, Tang Yue, Qi Tong, and Di Baimo. As for Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others, they stayed in the martial god battalion. After all, they weren't qualified to go to the 3 academies. After Lin Ling and the others left, the martial god battalion suddenly let out a deafening sound of cannons. 3,000 martial god cannons were fired at the same time. Under the night sky, it was exceptionally shocking. From afar, the cannons flew across the sky like bright fireworks. The martial god battalion is sending us off. On top of a mountain range, Gong Yangjiang's group excitedly stopped because this was an endless honor. in the history of the martial god battalion, who had the qualifications to send them to battle. Lin Ling also looked at the fireworks under the night sky. His heart was moved. His life in the military was over. However, this place left him with good memories. It was very beautiful, very iron-blooded, and very manly. Then, Lin Ling pouted and turned to leave. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. Of course, they also knew that Lin Ling was just talking. In fact, Lin Ling's heart must be rippling. What a stubborn brat. Xian Yuan cursed like a little witch. However, her eyes were a little moist. In the short time she had spent in the martial god battalion, she had sensed an indescribable emotion. It was protection. The martial god battalion was protecting them as they grew up, allowing them to spread their wings and soar. Let's go. Life is full of regrets. In the distance, the handsome blue-robed young man spoke and asked everyone to follow him. Lin Ling's goal was the resplendent academy. That was because Yu and the others were waiting for him there. There was also the 5-year battle with Yi Xiaoxiu. It was time to fulfill his promise. Most importantly, he could learn more about the heavenly court by entering the 3 academies. Everyone hurried along. Along the way, there was endless laughter. However, when they passed through a dense forest, misfortune befell them. Kakaka. In the dense forest, a large number of armored people appeared. They seemed to have been lying in ambush for a long time. They were the soldiers of the martial god battalion. You're finally here. Lin Ling, do you regret it? The person leading them was Qian Taichi. At this moment, his face was a little twisted as he appeared in front of Lin Ling and the others. He had led an army to the martial god battalion and boasted that he would definitely show off the martial god battalion's might. Who knew that he would lose face several times in a row? Now, the martial god battalion no longer regarded him as the #1 genius. All of this was caused by Lin Ling. Therefore, how could he let Lin Ling go? Qian Taichi, you dare to attack us? This is forcing our 2 armies to fight. Seeing that the entire forest was surrounded, falling flowers, flowing water knew that it was troublesome. Therefore, he immediately spoke. He wanted to use this to make Qian Taichi wary. However, Lin Ling shook his head. Qian Taichi had shed all pretense of cordiality. He would not let this matter rest. Sure enough, Qian Taichi squinted his eyes and smiled faintly. You must be joking. Do you think that you can force our 2 armies to fight? What a joke. Brothers, don't you agree? At the end of his sentence, he laughed wildly. Are these people idiots? Who would know if you killed them without anyone noticing? Sir Lin Ling, aren't you very arrogant? Now, we want you to kneel down. There are 2 beauties here. Sir, you must reward us when you're tired of them. The surrounding soldiers all sneered. Of course. Qian Taichi's face was extremely cold. He was like a demonic beast under the night sky, choosing its prey to devour. Sir, what should we do? At this moment, the chess boy hurriedly looked at Lin Ling. After all, there were too many of them. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to be moved. On his handsome face, his eyes were filled with a cold light. Qian Taichi is at the 3rd stage of the World King realm. Moreover, there are 3 senior commanders over there. They are all at the 1st stage of the World King realm. With so many people, our chances of escaping are only 60%. Falling flowers, flowing water immediately said, Sir, can I use money to solve this? Gong Yangjiang even wanted to use money to move the other party. However, the surrounding soldiers sneered even louder. At this moment, these soldiers didn't seem like soldiers at all. Instead, they seemed like bandits who killed people like flies. If we kill you, your money will be ours. A tall and sturdy soldier sinisterly laughed. Hearing this, Gong Yangjiang was fuming with anger. I know you want to fight to the death. But let me tell you, stop dreaming. Come out, senior apprentice brother Mai. At this time, Qian Taichi sneered. He knew that he wasn't Lin Ling's match. After all, he had proven himself not too long ago. But he was already prepared. It's these pieces of trash? Behind the army, a young man walked out. He was playing with a flame in his hand. It was a green flame that was like a firefly. It was extremely dazzling. As soon as this flame appeared, the world seemed to be illuminated. Pressure. An extremely terrifying pressure. His talent was at least a 7th grade mystic body. Sir Mai, it's these pieces of trash. Looking at the young man, everyone immediately let out sounds of worship. 5th stage of the World King realm? Lin Ling also stared at that person. He didn't expect Qian Taichi to find such a powerhouse. It seemed that he was well prepared. Your eyesight is not bad. Now, do you want to die or do you want me to kill you? Of course, the woman doesn't have to die. Chapter 2377. My Yen First Battle, 5th level of World King Realm. Moreover, his talent isn't weak. Sir, it seems that we are in trouble. Sigh. Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword and the others looked even more solemn. Not to mention the army around them, that young man alone could kill them. After all, their talent was only between the 3rd level of Shen body. You are indeed in trouble because I am the last generation candidate from Resplendent Academy. My name is Mai Yen. The young man said expressionlessly. What? These words made Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword and the others feel even more uneasy. They were obviously no match for the disciples of the 3 great academies. Their last glimmer of hope was shattered at this moment. Qian Taichi, kill them and I will take 100,000 divine crystals. Sigh. Mai Yen ignored Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword and the others' surprise because he was used to it. He had come here for the money. Hearing this, Qian Taichi nodded and sneered. Well, I will kill the strongest first. You come and fight with me. If you are still alive after 3 moves, I will let you go. Mai Yen didn't want to talk nonsense. He pointed at Lin Ling and said. He could see that Lin Ling was the strongest in this group. At this moment, Shen Yuange and the others were worried. They wished they could block in front of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling also took a step forward. Sure, but our battle will have to go somewhere else. Do you dare? Sigh. Provocation? It's a little stupid, but it will work. Sigh. Mai Yen didn't refuse and nodded. Lin Ling, he is a 5th level of World King. Sigh. Shen Yuang was even more worried and pulled Lin Ling's hand. Don't worry. Wait for me here. Sigh. Lin Ling smiled and then strode forward. Before I come back, kill them. After all, I am too lazy to kill trash like them. Mai Yen followed Lin Ling and left behind a sentence. In fact, he was willing to leave with Lin Ling because he was lazy. He left Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword and the others to Qian Taichi and the others. Lin Ling, be careful. We will hold on. Shen Yuanger's eyes were still filled with worry. But, if Lin Ling wanted to fight a 5th level World King powerhouse, she didn't want Lin Ling to worry about them. You won't have to wait long. I'll be back with his head. Lin Ling smiled as he looked at Shen Yuange, then disappeared into the forest. How? You're about to die, yet you still dare to speak such arrogant words. I look forward to seeing Sir Mai bring back Lin Ling's head. Hearing his words, the surrounding army laughed maniacally without a doubt. Even Qian Taiji shook his head in disdain. This was because he knew that Lin Ling was only at the 2nd level of the World King Realm and Mai Yen was at the 5th level of the World King Realm. Most importantly, he came from Resplendent Academy. Compared to him, Lin Ling was nothing more than a grain of rice. Swoosh. At this time, in the pitch-black night, 2 figures were flying forwards, one in front and one behind. Behind them, Mai Yen stood atop green flames, lazily following. His steps were like the brightest stars in the night sky. You still haven't found your burial ground? Yes. His words were filled with confidence. Of course, he had the ability to back up his confidence. After all, he came from Resplendent Academy. In the younger generation of Blue Province, besides those from the other 2 great academies, he didn't fear anyone else. As for the 2nd level of the World King Realm Lin Ling, what a joke. Even if Lin Ling was at the 6th level of the World King Realm, he still wouldn't fear him. Those from Resplendent Academy were the representatives of those who could jump realms to fight. In front of them, Lin Ling didn't say a word. His eyes finally fell on a volcano in the distance. Then he shot towards the volcano, landing at its base and quietly waiting for his opponent to arrive. A 5th-level world king. This was the strongest martial artist Lin Ling had fought so far. Bang! Almost at the same time, my Yen followed closely behind. The green flames on his body illuminated the bottom of the cave. After landing on the ground, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "Not a bad burial ground. You have a good eye." Whether it's my burial ground or yours, we still don't know. On the other side, Lin Ling indifferently stood there. His expression was as calm as an ancient well, without a single change. What shameless boasting. You didn't tell me you wanted me to come here just to spout nonsense like this, did you? In truth, I have no idea where your confidence comes from. My Yen couldn't help but sneer. He had seen arrogant people before, but he had never seen someone as arrogant as this. However, he quickly restrained his laughter. This was because the handsome youth in front of him was cold and indifferent. His aura was like a sword, like a flame, like an immovable king. This icy aura caused my Yan's heart to beat faster. This fellow was actually quite a good seedling. Let me give you a word of advice. You had best use your full strength. If you don't die within 3 moves, then you can leave here alive. Lin Ling carried the tyrannical song sword on his back and said indifferently. He knew that his opponent was difficult to deal with. After all, being able to enter the Resplendent Academy was proof of his strength. Therefore, Lin Ling couldn't rely on conventional means to fight. He had to use his trump card. I should be the one saying this, but there's one thing that both of us agree on. Don't waste time. At this time, green flames flew out like locusts. The combination of cold and hot caused my Yan's face to turn green and extremely cold. Moon-bearing immortal bug flame. All the flames fell into his palm. He took a step forward and clenched his fists, slamming them towards Lin Ling. Rumble! The entire volcano suddenly shook. The moon-bearing immortal bug flame came from the moon-bearing world. It was a strange flame that was born in the universe. When it was born, it incinerated more than 10 worlds nearby. Only a powerful world could bear this flame. My Yen cultivated bitterly in the Resplendent Academy for many years and finally bought this flame by chance. From then on, he soared into the sky. A 7th-grade flame isn't something that you can understand. The sound of insects could be heard. The green flames quickly appeared in front of Lin Ling like a demonic ghost flame. At this moment, Lin Ling's long hair was blown up by the wind. His handsome face was still cold, but wisps of colorful flames were rising in his second danton. This was the reason why he invited him to this battle. He didn't want to expose his trump card to everyone. Space-time flame. A mysterious flame appeared in his palm. It was as if he had walked out of the flame. A powerful aura also spread out. Suddenly, the moon-bearing immortal bug flame was blown up. It was actually blown away. This sudden change caused my Yan's eyes to flicker. However, he had already made his move. Obviously, he couldn't let it go. Bang! My Yan's palm arrived and collided with Lin Ling's palm. Rumble! The two flames collided violently, forming a huge flame barrier that occupied the bottom of the volcano. Puff, puff, puff. Almost at the same time, a terrifying flame shockwave surged up. The entrance of the volcano was flooded. Rocks were constantly falling, but they were burned to ashes before they could fall into the cave. The collision of the two flames was terrifying. However, in the next moment, a figure flew out from the flames. It was my Yen. You're also a fire-type martial artist. Exclamations resounded in the cave. My Yen was very surprised. He was the one who was at a disadvantage in their first confrontation? You're not the only one who knows how to play with fire. Chapter 2378. The space-time steel sealed everything. Impossible. I have a 7th-grade Xian body. Why am I the one at a disadvantage? Could it be that you have an 8th-grade Xian body? My Yen slammed into the rock wall at the bottom of the cave. His exclamation grew louder. It seemed that he had underestimated the young man. What made him angry was that he was from the Resplendent Academy, but he only had a 7th-grade Xian body. His opponent was from the countryside, but he had a flame that was not weaker than his. It was too unfair. Not 8th grade but 9th grade. Lin Ling said indifferently. Colorful flames appeared in his palm, making him look like he was holding a taboo. He shot it at my yen. He took the initiative to attack. Bastard! My yen shouted angrily. He did not expect that killing an ant would be so troublesome. Fortunately, he still had an advantage, which was his cultivation level. In addition, he had a 2nd grade Xian body martial art. Dazzling mystic silk dagger. He opened his mouth and shot out a large amount of green flames. The flames turned into something that looked like a worm or a dagger. They quickly pierced through the bottom of the cave. The void was also pierced through. It was terrifying. Kid, you're still too inexperienced. At the same time, my yen said coldly. He did not believe that the young man was so powerful. Is that so? However, Lin Ling's body suddenly erupted with a fiery pillar of light. It was colorful and caused the surrounding void to distort. The flame daggers that pierced through the void could not get close to Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling had burned the void, causing spatial distortions. For example, if an arrow was shot in a straight line, it would seem like it was going to hit the target. However, due to spatial distortions, the target would appear to be close, but in fact, it would be very far away. This was the power of the space-time flame. Bang! Then, Lin Ling walked through the countless green flames at a steady pace. It was as if he had entered the rhythm of the universe. Who are you? My yan's heart roared. What kind of freak is this? He quickly retracted the flames around him and condensed them into a giant dagger. He then shot it at Lin Ling. Since martial arts were useless, then he would use his cultivation level to suppress him. He would definitely be able to defeat that mysterious young man. It was just that his imagination was too perfect. Didn't you say you were going to kill me? Now you're asking me who I am? Don't you think it's ironic? The speed of the green flame dagger was as fast as lightning, but Lin Ling's attack was also very fast. He gathered time and space and then slapped out with his right hand. Bang bang bang. The dagger was immediately blocked by the colorful flames, and the two were equally matched. This kid's talent is definitely at the 9th level. My yen felt more and more pressure. Lin Ling's cultivation level was so much lower than his, but his flames were ineffective against him. This meant that Lin Ling's talent far surpassed his. If a 2nd stage world king was like this, then what about a 5th stage world king? Obviously, he would definitely lose at that time. He finally understood why this young man was so confident. It turned out that he was hiding such a terrifying technique. You can't kill me, so we can only tie. How about we stop here? My yen knew it wasn't good to fight for a long time. Even so, this was a great humiliation to him. But in truth, if he left this time, he would definitely ask an even stronger senior apprentice brother to kill Lin Ling. This was because if a genius like Lin Ling didn't die, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. I refuse. However, Lin Ling coldly shook his head. Ha, you can't kill me at all. If we continue to drag this out, it will only be disadvantageous to you because your world essence isn't as thick as mine. My yen narrowed his eyes as he stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling actually wanted to kill him? What a joke. In truth, if he knew that Lin Ling had 2 dantians, he wouldn't be able to laugh. Of course, Lin Ling didn't want to fight a long battle because he didn't have the time. You are very lucky. After I obtained that thing, you were the first one to see it. After Lin Ling began to retract the space-time, my yen was stunned. That young man gave up? This made him nod in satisfaction. This is the right choice. After all, I am from Resplendent Academy and have defeated countless geniuses in the myriad worlds. I am also somewhat famous in the academy. Although your talent is not bad, you are still a little weak if you want to defeat me, your senior apprentice brother. Did I say I won't kill you? However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling indifferently retorted, causing my yan's pupils to narrow. That young man still wanted to kill him? This caused him to shout angrily, "Do you know what you are saying?" He didn't believe that Lin Ling had the strength to kill him at all. He didn't believe it at all. Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't want to waste time talking nonsense because my yen would know. An indescribable aura spread out from his body. The bottom of the volcano cave was silent, so silent that it was terrifying. It was as if the aura of the ancient era had occupied the entire cave. Shocked. My yen was shocked. He didn't understand why he was shocked, but now he really wanted to escape. What did you do? He didn't expect that with his high cultivation level, he would be afraid of that young man. That young man was simply a combination of the god of slaughter and the god of flames. All of a sudden, he saw Lin Ling's right eye. That eye contained a fatal demonic power. He saw time, space, and finally, an ancient stone tablet. That mysterious stone tablet was motionless, but it was the ruler of the universe, emitting a silent aura. Run! My yen didn't dare to say anything. He shot toward the hole in the sky. His heart was pounding violently because he was completely afraid. He was more afraid than when he met the second-generation disciples of Resplendent Academy. Too slow. However, Lin Ling's right eye was still looking at my yen, and it was locked onto him. His eyes became multicolored, and it was extremely demonic. This was the first time he used the space-time divine steel. Rumble. At the mouth of the volcano cave, the void suddenly exploded, forming countless cracks. A huge stone tablet suddenly appeared, and as if it had passed through space, it sealed the entrance and smashed down. My yen had nowhere to run. No, Your Excellency, spare me, please spare me, I'm from Resplendent Academy, you can't kill me. My yen's eyes narrowed when he sensed the terrifying aura. In his eyes, there was only a huge black stone tablet in front of him. The stone tablet was engraved with mysterious runes that sealed all of his vitality. At this moment, he was filled with regret. He shouldn't have agreed to Qian Taiji's request to kill Lin Ling because only death awaited him. Qian Taiji, you've set me up. My yen roared in his heart. He hated Qian Taiji to death. Unfortunately, he had wronged Qian Taiji because Qian Taiji didn't know that Lin Ling was hiding such a terrifying trump card. There's always someone better than you. You're from Resplendent Academy, but that doesn't mean that people from other places can't defeat you. Below the cave, Lin Ling looked up at the sky and said indifferently, My brother is a second-generation disciple of Resplendent Academy. If you kill me, you won't be able to live. Don't make a mistake. My yen was getting more and more panicked. He was looking for any chance to survive. Unfortunately, it was useless. Mistake? You're not qualified. Chapter 2379. The game was over. Bang. The ancient volcano instantly collapsed. Dust and dirt flew into the air, spreading millions of miles away. A fifth-level World King powerhouse couldn't block the space and time divine steel. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Then, multicolored flames appeared, burning down the entire volcano and causing lava to shoot into the skies. And from the endless flames, a slender figure walked out. As if he were born from the flames behind him turned into a vortex that rapidly vanished into his body. He was Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's current strength, it was difficult for him to control the space and time divine steel. Even so, he could barely use it once. As for its power, it was as if the heavens were falling apart. The world essence in my two danshians was instantly consumed. Lin Ling's helpless voice echoed out from the pitch-black night. However, after killing my yen, he had also absorbed his opponent's flames, causing his space and time flames to rise once more. I already said that this is where you will be buried. Soon, Lin Ling disappeared into the night. And at this time, in the ancient forest, the battle was extremely fierce. Shouts of killing shot into the skies. There was a violent explosion just now. I can see the fierce flames now. It looks like Lin Ling has been burned alive. Atop a broken ancient tree, Qian Taiji was sitting there. He drank wine, his voice filled with excitement. Lin Ling should be regretting his actions right now. Indeed, if he dared to disgrace Qian Taiji, then the only fate left for him was death. Sir died. Falling flower, flowing water, and the others paled. But they also believed Qian Taiji's words. This was because the explosions in the distance were intense and there were flames soaring into the skies. If they weren't wrong, then my yen was a fire attribute martial artist. Thus, Lin Ling should have been killed. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had died before he could even begin. My man won't die. Only Xian Yuango still believed in her own opinion. Of course, this was a blind trust. Of course. But her trust seemed to have paid off. In the pitch-black forest, a chuckle sounded out. Although the sound was light, it was as if it came from the 9 nether hells. Suddenly all the fighting stopped. From the dense forest, a slender figure slowly walked out. His face was pale and his long hair was tied behind his head. His entire being exuded the aura of a dragon and tiger. If this wasn't Lin Ling, who else could it be? You're not dead. The flagon in Qian Taigu's hand fell to the ground. He almost fell from the tree. How was this possible? Lord Lin Ling. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and the others were overjoyed. Lord Lin Ling was indeed powerful. The surrounding soldiers also stopped killing, as if they had seen a ghost. But soon Qian Taiji roared, Lord Mai, are you there? Where are you? In his opinion, Lin Ling must have escaped back here, so as long as he called Lord Mai over, Lin Ling would definitely die. No need to call him. He's already dead. However, Lin Ling said expressionlessly. With a wave of his right hand, a head was thrown out by Lin Ling. It landed on the ground and rolled. Although the head was burned until it was a little blurry, one could still make out Mai Yan's facial features. At this moment, the forest became even more silent. Plop. Qian Taiji fell from the tree with a look of disbelief. You killed Lord Mai? He's a 5th-level world king and he's from the Resplendent Academy. So what? The game is over. Everyone here will die. Lin Ling strode forward. His figure became clearer in the darkness. A thick murderous aura emanated from his body. Plop. His words made Qian Taiji and the others' hearts tremble. They were afraid. They couldn't understand how Lord Mai had failed. One had to know that Lord Mai was the last generation's candidate disciple of the Resplendent Academy. To them, such a person was an invincible existence. But now, his invincibility had been broken. If they hadn't seen Lin Ling arrive with their own eyes, they would have thought that they were dreaming. At this moment, Qian Taiji looked at Lin Ling as if he was looking at a demon king from hell. He finally knew the gap between him and Lin Ling. He had come for revenge today, but he had come to seek death. Spare me, Lord Lin Ling, spare me. It's a misunderstanding between us. It's a misunderstanding. He knelt down and kept kowtowing. In fact, if he fought with Lin Ling now, even if Lin Ling could kill him, it would take a lot of time. This was because Lin Ling had exhausted all of his world essence by the time and space divine steel. However, he was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. He was completely frightened. Plop. The other soldiers also knelt down and kept kowtowing. A shocking scene appeared in the forest. Everyone knelt down and begged for mercy. It was a shocking scene. My lord, you're so powerful. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others exclaimed. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, they probably wouldn't be able to escape death today. But Lin Ling continued to walk forward and arrived in front of Qian Taiji. He looked down at Qian Taiji and said, The number 1 genius of the God of War Battalion, Qian Taiji. If you were a little tougher, I might have thought more highly of you. However, you only know how to beg like a dog. You've disappointed me. I can't compare to you, Lord Lin Ling, spare me. Qian Taiji felt extremely humiliated. However, his life was more important. Raise your head and look at me. Lin Ling shook his head. He had experienced so many ups and downs since he started learning martial arts. Naturally, he wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. If he didn't remove the roots, there would be endless trouble in the future. Raise my head? At this moment, Qian Taiji's heart trembled. He slowly raised his head. He wanted to see if Lin Ling would let him go. Raise your head to kill. However, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. His sword slashed across Qian Taiji's neck. Qian Taiji finally understood the meaning of raising his head. He stared at Lin Ling and wanted to say something. Unfortunately, nothing was left and he fell on his back. Plop. After he fell, the hearts of the surrounding soldiers trembled. Lord Lin Ling, spare us. We're all under Lord Qian Taiji's orders. We're innocent. The soldiers begged for mercy. They regretted it so much. Kill them all. However, Lin Ling said mercilessly, no matter who ordered these soldiers, they did want to kill him. Since they took this path, they must pay the corresponding price. No! The soldiers cried out in horror. At this moment, they hated Chen Taiji because the latter had harmed them. Go to hell. When you wanted to kill us, I didn't see you begging for mercy. Falling Blossom Flowing Water and the others coldly said and attacked. As for Lin Ling, he walked towards Xian Yuange. He held onto Xian Yuange's hand and strode away, leaving the forest. After Falling Blossom Flowing Water and the others left, blood flowed through the forest like a river. All of the soldiers had been annihilated. Let's go. I hope we don't meet any more fellows who seek death. Lin Ling smiled as he looked at his surroundings. Then he strode away. Lord Lin Ling can actually kill a 5th-level World King powerhouse, and one that came from Resplendent Academy. If so, then Lord Lin Ling's strength is enough to enter Resplendent Academy. Chapter 2380. Translator. Naibo Studio Greater Qingzhou. After coming out of the forest, the group headed towards the direction of Qingzhou. Traveling under the night sky was quite a different experience. As they got closer and closer to Qingzhou, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Li Xiaoyao had been to Qingzhou in the past. He wondered how it was now. However, there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Qingzhou. Even though Lin Ling had obtained Li Xiaoyao's inheritance, he still planned to start from scratch. After all, rice had to be eaten bite by bite. Gradually, specks of light began to appear in front of him. Upon closer inspection, it was the light emitted by countless buildings. The huge city of Qingzhou. So big! It was Xian Yuange's first time here, so he couldn't help but exclaim. Tang Yue, Gong Yangjiang, and the others had obviously been here before, but even so, there was still shock on their faces. The city was so big that one couldn't see the end of it. It was like a huge mountain that stretched endlessly. All the buildings were built along the mountain, and the great Azure Divine Dynasty was at the top of the mountain. Most importantly, the majestic mountain was really huge. There were colorful clouds flowing in the sky. There was Dragon Qi, Emperor Qi, Thunder Qi, and so on. It was like the universe was in chaos. Because there were too many experts, they gathered together and formed a powerful aura. It could be said that this city was the core of Azure Prefecture. This was also the place that every powerhouse from the myriad worlds yearned for the most. Lin Ling, how big is this city? Xian Yuange surveyed the entire city, but he still couldn't see the end of it. For example, the Xian Peng, Xian Yuan, Xian Huang, the Ghost Realm, the Devil Realm, and the God Realm can't even compare to 1/10 of this place. Lin Ling said with a smile. His soul power and 10,000 mammoth devil eyes couldn't see through the great Azure Prefecture. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuange sucked in a breath of cold air. A giant city was already bigger than their hometown. How terrifying! There are as many experts here as there are hairs on a cow. The weak can't survive here. Lin Ling spoke again. His heart was filled with excitement because the stronger the world, the more he liked it. Only in this way could he become even stronger. Let's go! After that, Lin Ling led the group forward. Even though the great Qingzhou seemed close, it would take a very long time to fly there. Gradually, as everyone landed on the ground, they felt that the ancient city in the distance was even more magnificent. Bronze walls that were nearly 1,000 miles high carried with them a sacred and dignified aura that blocked out weak martial artists. And above the city walls, gates opened and powerful martial artists had the qualifications to enter. Through the city gates, one could see that there were magnificent mountains, ancient lakes, and even oceans. It's really the work of the gods. Xian Yuange couldn't help but sigh. She also noticed that the wind blowing out of the city gate was very comfortable, and the spiritual energy was extremely rich. It seemed to be the ancient spiritual energy of the chaos of the universe. This is one of the 9 origins of universal chaos. Lin Ling said indifferently. He already knew that the land of the 9 prefectures hid countless secrets. If he could obtain these secrets, he would be able to dominate the entire universe. According to legend, This land gave birth to countless miracles. Some people were burned to death by the sunlight, but they lived on with the help of the sunlight, forming a powerful talent. There were also people who died sitting on the ground and turned into stone statues. After thousands of years, they broke out of the stone statues and were born again. All kinds of mythical events would appear here. In fact, this place was also related to Dao. The so-called Dao was actually the martial Dao and the heavenly Dao. Those who obtained Dao were the same age as universal chaos. This was also the realm that all martial artists pursued their entire lives. Unfortunately, Dao was too elusive. Even Li Xiaoyao had only just touched the threshold. Shaking his head, Lin Ling collected his thoughts. He didn't know what Dao was. However, when his strength reached a certain level, the truth would be revealed. Enter the city. Lin Ling took a big step forward and walked toward the ancient city. The city gate had a mysterious light screen that prevented weak martial artists from entering, but Lin Ling and the rest were obviously not weak, so they could enter easily. After entering the city, all kinds of noises were heard. The streets were filled with martial artists. It was already nighttime, but there was still a sea of people. This showed how attractive Qingzhou was. That's the demon tribe. Xian Yuanger's beautiful eyes twinkled. Miss Xian Yuan, please lower your voice. This place belongs to the First Ring City. People from all walks of life can easily attract trouble. Lin Xianxin, who was beside her, reminded her. He had been to many places and naturally knew the rules of this city. Lord Lin, that person is already looking over. At this moment, Xian Yuanger frowned. Lin Xianxin nodded and took a step forward. He stood in front of Xian Yuange like a guard. In the distance, the 2-meter-tall bull-headed man thought for a while and ignored them. Seeing this, Lin Xianxin let out a sigh of relief. He then looked at Lin Ling and smiled. He was no longer a citizen of Taiding Prefecture, so he treated Lin Ling as an adult. Qingzhou is very big. Every region has different rules. For example, this First Ring City is the outermost region of Qingzhou, so the rules are more chaotic. Lin Xianxin explained. There are so many strong martial artists in Qingzhou. Does no one care? Xian Yuange was puzzled. Hee, Sister Ge, you have to know that this place is very big. Those strong martial artists can't control everything. Tang Yue said. Xian Yuange nodded in understanding. Indeed, this place was very big. Those strong martial artists couldn't control everything. She might as well let him do as he pleased. She only needed to prohibit martial arts in certain areas. The people here are not from the human tribe. After all, the martial artists here come from thousands of worlds, so there are all kinds of races. Lin Ling said at this time. He didn't care about the Minotaur from before. If this Minotaur wanted to die, then he would help him. Luckily, this Minotaur was smart. As the group walked down the street, they saw many different races. There were ghost races and even half-beast races. Moreover, most of them were at the World King realm. Their auras were terrifying. How strong! If there are so many powerhouses in First Ring City, then what about Second Ring City? Falling Flowers Flowing Water clenched his fists, wishing he could become stronger. With our current strength, we don't have the qualifications to enter Second Ring City. So, don't even think about it. Moreover, although there are many World King powerhouses here, not all of them are fierce. Lin Ling comforted him. There were indeed many powerhouses here, but Lin Ling also had many cards in his hands. He was confident that he could kill a 5th-stage World King. This meant that he didn't fear at least half of the people here. Of course, Lin Ling didn't want to stir up any trouble since this was his first time here. And as they walked forwards, road signs began to appear in front of them. They pointed to 3 academies: Heavenly Saint Academy, Radiant Academy, and Blue Soaring Academy. And beneath the giant road sign, 3 old men were sitting there like statues. Beneath them were 3 lotuses and above their heads was the demon-subduing tree. These 2 were extremely precious treasures. Lin Ling never imagined that they would be used for cultivation. To Radiant Academy. Lin Ling looked around and then walked towards one of the road signs. Sir, do you have an invitation card? Beneath one of the 3 lotuses, An old man opened his eyes. His pupils were like lightning, as if they could see through a person's soul. Lin Ling nodded. The jade card of the martial god battalion appeared in his hand. Chapter 2381. Geniuses are as common as clouds. Lin Ling, 700 years of cultivation, martial god camp deputy general. You come from the northern lands, second-level world king realm. Not bad, you can obtain a spot. The old man stared at Lin Ling, a bit surprised. To them, cultivating for 700 years was a very short period of time. They could be considered part of the younger generation. But to cultivate for 700 years and reach the second level of the World King realm, this strength was quite good. It has been a long time since a genius has been born in the northern lands. For you to represent the northern lands is quite amazing. I look forward to you becoming a candidate for the last generation of Radiant Academy. The old man faintly smiled, causing Lin Ling to nod. Thank you, senior. He discovered that this old man was very strong, having reached the true divinity realm. Moreover, his body exuded the aura of 10,000 worlds. It was clear that he had been to 10,000 worlds, including his hometown. However, this old man's status was too high and he was too lazy to care about anything that happened in his hometown. As for Lin Ling, when he was in the rainforest Holy Land, his strength was limited, so he hadn't been able to sense this old man's arrival. Traveling through 10,000 worlds. This was a strength that left one envious. After all, 10,000 worlds were so large. To travel through every world wasn't something that just anyone could do. But this also proved that this old man was very old. You all can also enter. Then the old man said. The others also had a jade card from the martial god camp. They clearly had the qualifications to enter. Everyone walked down the path. Behind them, the juniors also walked towards the old man. Moreover, they all looked at Lin Ling with envy. My lord, we are also going to Radiant Academy. Someone respectfully said. The three great academies were extremely sacred places of the Great Blue Prefecture. They were the places that all martial artists yearned for the most. Thus, no one didn't want to enter. After all, only by entering the three great academies could one enter places like Second Ring City. This was an endless glory. Do you have an invitation? The old man lightly said, his face kind. My lord, we don't have an invitation, but we are also at the World King realm. We should be able to enter. Someone said with a flattering smile. Sorry, you cannot enter without an invitation. The old man smiled and refused. But they aren't stronger than us, but if they can enter, why can't we? That's right, I fear those brats won't be able to block a single move from me. Radiant Academy is too unfair. The others echoed. Calm. They didn't have any background, so they couldn't enter. But they were obviously unwilling. Hee, they have served in the Martial Gods Battalion and made contributions to Qing Province. That's why they are qualified. Young man, let me give you a piece of advice. If you want to obtain something, you have to pay the price. Don't look at others' glory without seeing their contributions. The old man was still smiling. His words made a lot of sense. Lin Ling, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and the others had served in the Martial God Battalion. These contributions could not be erased. They had paid a price. Bullshit, the martial god world speaks based on strength. Their strength is not as good as ours, they are trash, so they are not qualified. Senior, why don't you let them come out and fight with us? The winner will be qualified. Some people were even more unwilling to accept this and erupted with a powerful aura. Why don't we force our way in and capture those people? The others also shouted angrily. The old man was still smiling as he shook his head and said, Alas, you see, their cultivation levels aren't high, but that doesn't mean they aren't strong. As for you, mysterious green lotuses suddenly appeared under the feet of those people. Then, they merged together, and a terrifying aura spread out. Bang! The most arrogant person was directly turned into powder and became a lotus seed. The others were the same. Mercy, mercy, we won't go in. The remaining people hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. They thought that the old man was easy to bully, but who knew that they would be killed the moment the old man attacked? Idiots! Behind them, more and more people arrived one after another. At this moment, they sneered disdainfully. Regardless of the strength of those people, if they were recognized, they would definitely be invited. Since they dared to snatch their spots, the Resplendent Academy would definitely take action. Moreover, this was the Resplendent Academy. If they were arrogant here, they would not pay for it even if they had 9 lives. At this moment, on the main road, Lin Ling and the others also noticed what was happening behind them. They shook their heads and smiled. If one could enter the Resplendent Academy with strength, they would not have joined the Martial God Battalion. On the path of martial arts, most of the time, one had to take one step at a time. It was possible to soar to the heavens once, but rarely twice. Are we that weak? Lin Ling smiled and looked at the several people beside him. Hearing this, Falling Flowers and Flowing Water shook their heads. Lord Lin Ling had killed a disciple of the Resplendent Academy, so how could he be weak? At the very least, they could be sure that Lin Ling was no weaker than an ordinary disciple of the Resplendent Academy. And at the end of the main road, there seemed to be an ancient city. The people that appeared here were all very young and their strength was not weak. Tiske, that is Shen Tianfei of the Origin World. He also has the qualifications. Suddenly, Di Balo looked at a person in front of him. This person was thin and had long purple hair. He seemed unruly and unruly. Then, Di Balo saw the confusion in everyone's eyes. He explained, "Before I went to the Martial God Battalion, I came into contact with that fellow. He was very strong. Later, I heard that he joined the Demon Sealing faction. I don't know how he managed to obtain a spot, but he also came to participate in the assessment. 3rd level World King Realm, that's a higher boundary than all of us." The chess boy frowned. Besides Lin Ling, everyone else was at the 1st level of the World King Realm. Moreover, this was the result of painstakingly cultivating in the Martial God Battalion. Before this, they were only at the Martial Emperor realm. A high boundary doesn't mean you are strong. For instance, talent, martial arts, and weapons can make up for the difference in boundary. Lin Ling comforted them, making them feel less nervous. In truth, the juniors that appeared all around were extremely strong. 3rd level World Kings weren't rare, and there were even 4th level World Kings. This place could be called a place where geniuses were as common as clouds. If the Resplendent Academy was like this, then what about the other 2 great academies? This proved that Azure Province was indeed a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It's Yu Linglong. Heavens, she has reached the 5th level of the World King realm. At this time, Falling Flowers and Flowing Water shouted out loud. Following his gaze, everyone saw a woman in a golden uniform walking in front of them. She was like a goddess of war, every move she made tugging at the hearts of the entire street. There were even many youths that revealed looks of adoration. Unfortunately, the distance between them and this woman was too great. She was a proud daughter of heaven with both strength and beauty. Thus, they could only look up to her. "That is the Moonlight Swordsman," Gong Yangjiang said. Then he looked at Falling Flowers and Flowing Water. "You should know him." "I know him. His master is the same as my master, one of the 10 great sword immortals of Azure Province." Falling Flowers and Flowing Water nodded, but his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. "Your strength is inferior to his." Lin Ling also stared ahead. He saw a youth in a white robe with 2 swords hanging from his waist. His robe was embroidered with maple leaves and his face was pale, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. He gave off a delicate beauty, and this sort of beauty was fatal to some women. All around the street, some young women also cried out in alarm. Chapter 2382. Blue Enchantress Falling Blossom Flowing Water looked a little lonely. Although he was also a disciple of the top 10 sword celestials of Qingzhou, he was obviously not as good as them. The path of martial arts is long. We don't know who will be the winner. Don't lose your confidence. Lin Ling said lightly. Falling Blossom Flowing Water smiled and nodded heavily. At the same time, the white-robed swordsman also looked at Falling Blossom Flowing Water with disdain. Obviously, he recognized Falling Blossom Flowing Water. Then he walked forward slowly. On the other side, Yu Linglong also looked over. Of course, it was just a glance. In her heart, Lin Ling and his group were not worthy of her attention. In this assessment, she needed to be careful of the other geniuses. Let's go. Lin Ling did not say much and led the group forward. On the street, apparently, no one paid attention to them. Even if they did, it was because of Xian Yuan and Tang Yue. Those guys are lucky to have such beautiful companions. Should we go and snatch them? The assessment is about to start. Don't mess around. When you become a candidate of the last generation, you can do whatever you want. But that girl looks familiar. She seems to be the little princess of Square Commandery. Are you kidding? Would a little princess be someone's follower? You must be seeing things. Around the street, some people sat cross-legged and adjusted their states. Some people were bored and whispered in each other's ears. Lin Ling and his group entered a random inn and prepared to rest. It was not yet dawn, but the inn was already full of people. After Lin Ling and his group entered, many people's eyes lit up. A few people at a table could not help but laugh. Tang Yue, over here. A girl in a blue dress waved at Tang Yue. Tang Yue, the little princess of Square Commandery? Many people's faces changed. Square Commandery was one of the 4 commanderies in Qingzhou. It was an ally of the Great Qing dynasty and was extremely famous. Sister Enchantress. Tang Yue's beautiful eyes also lit up as she stared at a woman at the table. That woman was wearing a blue cheongsam. She sat with her legs crossed, revealing her fair, jade-like legs that reached all the way to the bottom. She was extremely attractive. Of course, after a glance, the crowd did not dare to look anymore. Because they had heard of that girl who looked like an enchantress. It was said that she was the Blue Enchantress. According to the rumor, she was Enchantress. Flying Dragon Organization. Flying Dragon Organization. Flying Dragon. Had Flying Dragon organizations. Sir Lin Ling, I saw a friend. I'll head over first. Tang Yue. Tang Yue. Tang Tang. Lin Lin Tang Yue. Was Tang Yue. Tang Yue's Qin Yu. Cloud Blossom Chase. Who is that guy? You actually have to go through his request? As Tang Yue walked over, the Blue Enchantress cried out in alarm. Her lips were blue and she looked very charming. My immediate superior. If I didn't listen to his orders, then the Martial God Battalion would not have given me an invitation and given me a spot. Tang Yue shrugged her shoulders. In any case, he is a very cocky man. So that's how it is. With your status, how could you listen to his orders? But that's fine. Once you enter Radiant Academy, you don't need to care about him. This sort of man who relies on his status to be arrogant is simply despicable. The Blue Enchantress disdainfully said. In truth, he isn't that bad. Tang Yue whispered. Of course, the Blue Enchantress didn't take her words to heart. In her mind, this youth was only at the 2nd level of the World King realm. He wasn't worth mentioning at all. In fact, as she saw Lin Ling's stern face and his demeanor as if he were an adult, she felt very unhappy. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't want to make things difficult for Tang Yue, she really would have taught this man a lesson. After all, Tang Yue was a little princess. When had she ever been someone's subordinate? It seems that your life in the military has changed you a lot. You aren't as unruly as before. The Blue Enchantress said. How could that be? I wasn't unruly before either. Tang Yue sniffled as she replied. She began to reminisce with the others around her. As the others talked, they also looked at Lin Ling with disdain. They thought that Lin Ling was only using his status to make Tang Yue listen to him. At this time, Lin Ling and the others found a table and sat down. They called out for food and wine as they waited for the academy's examination to begin. As falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were chatting, Lin Ling's soul force quietly gushed out, probing his surroundings. As he had guessed, there were many powerhouses hidden in the surroundings. These powerhouses could easily kill him. As for the younger generation that came to take the examination, he didn't fear them at all. Isn't this Ram River? At this time, a sharp voice suddenly sounded out. At some unknown time, several figures had entered the inn. There were tall and sturdy minotaurs and even crocodiles. They were led by a blond youth as they slowly walked forwards. Look at that youth's robes. They have the Yuan character embroidered on them. They are from Great Origin Mansion. The surrounding people's faces changed slightly. Great Origin Mansion was also a place that couldn't be underestimated. Like the Martial God Barracks, it belonged to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Ram River? Could it be that guy? Then, many people looked at Lin Ling. As Ram River was the son of Qing State's Fu Xing Manor, many people had heard of his name. Ram River's background was obviously not small, but his strength was very weak. This was a well-known fact. It's you, Fen. At this time, Ram River raised his head. He recognized the other party. He even had some grudges with the other party. Therefore, when he saw the other party, he knew that things were going to be troublesome. Ha, it's really you. You are the guy who can't beat others, so you throw money at them. The blond youth laughed mockingly. Someone beside him even imitated Ram River's tone and said, I'm not as strong as others. Can money solve the problem? If money can solve the problem, then it's not a problem. Ha! The others laughed even louder, and even the people in the inn started to jeer. Tang Yue, it's a good thing that you came to sit with us. Otherwise, you would have been humiliated. The blue enchantress shook her head and laughed. She looked like she was watching a good show. However, Tang Yue frowned and was a little worried. What do you want? The surrounding people laughed at Ram River, which made Ram River angry. What do I want? I want to tell you that in the martial god territory, strength is everything. Money is not the most important thing. Now get out of here. I want your table. Then said coldly. He had a grudge against Ram River, but he didn't dare to kill him. Humiliating him would be no problem. Do you think I will leave just because you asked me to? There are so many inns here. You can find other inns. Ram River said, frowning. What if I don't want to? He narrowed his eyes and replied in an overbearing manner. Bang. At this time, the sound of a table being slammed was heard. Di Biamo stood up and said coldly, Your Excellency, don't go too far. It's none of your business. Chapter 2383. Bull Demon Refining World. Don't be too arrogant. There are many people here that you can't afford to offend. At this time, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword spoke up. So it's you, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword, disciple of Qing Province's top 10 sword immortals? But so what? Could it be that your master will come and uphold justice? Moreover, in terms of background, you aren't enough to make me fear you. Yuan Yin coldly said. What if I'm included? At this time, the chess boy also stood up. Old Qi's disciple. Many people recognized the chess boy. They didn't expect that there would be so many disciples of ancient powerhouses sitting at that table. At this time, even Yuan Yin was surprised. Let people off if you can. The assessment is near. We don't want to cause trouble. You can leave now. Seeing Yuan Yin remain silent, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword thought he was afraid. As these words fell, many people realized that Yuan Yin was about to leave the inn. Too much nonsense. Your master is strong, but that doesn't mean you are strong. Take my fist and don't retreat. Let's leave. However, at this time, Yuan Yin sneered. He stepped forward and shot towards Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword. Grand Cardinal Divine Fist. Voila! A strong wind seemed to blow through the inn. All the wine glasses and other objects were clinking. A fist radiating with light attacked the Falling Flower's water sword. This fist seemed to come from 10,000 worlds. In fact, this fist was enough to completely destroy the inn, but Yuan Yi's control over his strength was very strong. He didn't let the excess strength affect the inn. From this, one could see that Yuan Yin wasn't weak. However, no one thought that Yuan Yin would suddenly attack. Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword was the same. He instantly realized that his opponent was at the second stage of the World King realm. Grand Cardinal True Qi, he has a fourth grade profound body. Some of the genius powerhouses in the inn whispered. At this time, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword didn't have time to draw his sword. His sword was strong. Without a sword, he naturally wasn't his opponent. He punched out, resisting the Grand Cardinal Divine Fist. "Ha, you overestimate yourself," Yuan Yin sneered. He wanted to break Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword's right arm so that he couldn't use his sword. Kakaka. The two fists collided violently. Righteousness exploded, causing Blossoming Flowing Water Sword's face to turn pale. However, at this moment, a palm appeared behind him, giving him a powerful recoil. The pressure instantly decreased. It was Lord Lin Ling. Blossoming Flowing Water Sword was overjoyed. "Get lost." Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. The aura of a demon god filled the air and rushed out through the arm of the Falling Flower's water sword. Bang! The powerful force sent Yuan Yin flying and smashed into the wall. "You've already taken a step back." Scram. After that, Lin Ling's indifferent voice also quietly floated out. The inn instantly fell silent. Many people stared at Lin Ling, their faces solemn. They didn't expect Gong Yangjiang to have such an expert. After all, Yuan Yin had attacked in an instant, while the latter had defended in a hurry. However, he was still able to force the other party back. His strength was quite impressive. Papa. At this moment, Yuan Yin slid down from the wall. His right arm was broken and dripping with blood. He stared at Lin Ling, waiting to devour him. He didn't expect that he would be injured with one punch. After all, his righteousness genuine qi had been cultivated by the righteous heavenly incense for 500 years. It was as strong as yang and invincible. "Who are you?" he said in a cold voice. "Lin Ling of the Martial God Battalion, their leader." Lin Ling sat back down and said lightly, "What? This person is the superior of Blossoming Flowing Water Sword? How is that possible?" "Yes, they are about the same age. I didn't expect Blossoming Flowing Water Sword to be so obedient. It seems to be true because DBIMO and the others didn't say anything against it." Many young geniuses exclaimed. Because young people were full of vigor, it was very difficult to convince people of the same age. But now, this young man had done it, and he had subdued several people at once. It was hard for people not to be surprised. "Xiao Manshan." Ian stared at Lin Ling and suddenly shouted, "Bang!" In front of him, a bull-headed giant walked out. His body exuded a rich demonic aura. His voice was low and deep. "One more punch. Whoever retreats will get the hell out of here." Bang! As his words fell, he stepped forward again. With each step, his aura climbed higher and higher. If he were placed in the myriad worlds, he would be able to shake a world. His cultivation was at the 3rd stage of the World King realm. Bull Demon World Refining. At this moment, Blue Enchantress frowned. This was an extremely powerful body cultivation method. It could use the world essence in one's body to refine one's body. It was extremely powerful. It was said that when one reached the 9th stage, they could transform into a world bull demon. It was as big as a world. That person had obviously only reached the 2nd stage, but he wasn't someone that an ordinary person could resist. "Little Princess Tang Yue, your superior is in trouble. Do you need my help? Just say the word and I will help him defeat the bull-headed giant. Then you can show off in front of him," Blue Enchantress said with a smile. She wanted to help Tang Yue. However, Tang Yue shook her head. "Let's wait and see." "It will be too late." Blue Enchantress was surprised. She discovered that Tang Yue didn't seem to care. And there were 2 reasons for this. First, Tang Yue wanted that youth to lose face. Secondly, Tang Yue was very confident in that young man. Of course, the first reason was more important. After all, that youth was only at the 2nd stage of the World King realm. There was no doubt that he would be defeated. Bull Demon refining primal chaos. At this time, the bull-headed giant had already attacked. His fist came smashing out, forming the energy of primal chaos. Of course, this was only an illusion. Everything was still world essence. After all, with his strength, he couldn't possess the energy of primal chaos. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire restaurant began to shake, as if a giant was grabbing the restaurant and shaking it. What a terrifying fist! Many people cried out in alarm. The air was swept up in chaos. The fist rushed towards Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he stood up, ignoring the turbulence in the air. His divinity and demon body began to stir. After experiencing the blood of the fish monster, the blood of the silver moon supreme beast, the martial god fruit, and the tempering of the flames of time, just how terrifying was his mortal body. His fist also struck out, a dragon-shaped energy flowed tumbling around it. In the next moment, the two fists collided. A terrifying white light appeared. It was formed by the suppression of the air, causing many people to be unable to see what was happening within the white light. Little Princess Tang Yue, if you don't make a move then it will be too late. Yes. Blue Enchantress immediately cried out. However, Tang Yue waved her hand. Blue Enchantress wanted to say something, but in the next moment, there was a thunderous sound. In the white light, a figure was sent flying backwards, knocking over many tables and chairs before finally flying out of the restaurant. After that terrifying strength disappeared, the crowd finally reacted. That bull-headed giant lost. It was unknown who said this sentence, but it made the inn even more silent. Chapter 2384. He's a bird man. Those who caused trouble earlier, get out. Along with his actions, a cold voice sounded at the same time. Right now, Lin Ling's god-devil body had reached 5,000 universe power. In fact, it was a 5th grade Shen body. In terms of physical strength, he really didn't fear anyone. Of course, in terms of Jie Yuan, he also didn't fear anyone. Let's scram. Not far away, Yuan looked deeply at Lin Ling, his eyes full of fear. But today's matter will not be forgotten. Scram, not leave. Lin Ling had heard this kind of threat many times. He didn't mind it and took a sip of wine. Hearing this, Yuan Yi's pupils constricted. So many young geniuses were watching and he was going to roll out? If that was the case, the Deyuan mansion would be completely disgraced by him. Do you want me to help you? However, Lin Ling's next sentence directly told them to get out, because by the time Lin Ling came to help, they might have to leave lying down. Seeing this, many people in the inn couldn't help but laugh. This guy's strength is so strong. He's definitely above average among the younger generation in this batch of assessment. At this moment, Blue Enchantress's little blue mouth turned into an O. She didn't expect that young man to be so strong. She had underestimated him. Actually, I also want to see him lose face, but I know that it's impossible with those people from before. Tang Yue sighed regretfully. Why do I feel that you don't want him to be embarrassed? Tang Yue, tell me honestly, do you like him? Blue Enchantress laughed strangely and said, however, he's still worthy of praise. Unfortunately, his cultivation is too weak. Moreover, the advantage of his physical strength won't allow him to pass smoothly in this test. You're the one who likes him. I hate his arrogant look. Tang Yue immediately retorted, but she muttered inwardly, his strength isn't his physical body. In truth, even she didn't know where Lin Ling's limits were. In any case, he didn't seem like a second-level world king. And the inn also gradually quieted down. The crowd finally knew why Falling Flowers Flowing Water and the others had submitted to Lin Ling. All geniuses, please gather at the plaza. At this moment, a loud and clear voice came from the sky. The long night was finally over, and the resplendent academy's examination was about to begin. It's about to start. Everyone's spirits were shaken as they walked out of the inn one after another. Lin Ling and the others were the same. Looking at the street, they saw that it was already filled with people. They were all from the younger generation. The men were handsome and otherworldly, and the women were captivating. Every single one of them puffed out their chests and walked forward with high fighting spirit. For the sake of martial arts, they would unleash their full potential. Of course, there was no lack of young masters who were working hard to attract the attention of the beauties around them. There were indeed a lot of women in this assessment. They were dressed in all kinds of clothes. There were cute types, mature types, charming types, and so on. It was no wonder that they were so impulsive. Even Lin Ling couldn't help but be secretly surprised. He didn't expect there to be so many beauties. At this moment, a whistling sound came from the sky. In the distance, a young man in a purple robe stepped onto a white paper crane. He was extremely dazzling. Where did he come from? That paper crane is made of paper, but it can carry people and fly. Xianxia exclaimed beside him. It's just a kind of puppet. It can fly after engraving a boundary. But that guy is really in the limelight. Lin Ling curled his lips. Everyone was lining up in an orderly manner, but that young man was flying across the sky. If it wasn't for the limelight, then what was it for? That young man is called Whitebird. He's a member of the heavenly court. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Tang Yue walked over with Blue Enchantress and the others. Blue Enchantress spoke faintly. Whitebird of the heavenly court. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the others had obviously heard of this name, and their expressions became serious. This guy is said to be a bird that turned into a human. A bird that turned into a human was similar to a carp that leaped over the dragon's gate. As long as it appeared in the chaos of the universe, it could soar into the sky. If a carp could turn into a dragon, then Whitebird could also turn into a human. The geniuses of the martial god realm are really colorful. Xianxia felt that it was an eye-opener. He knew that the young man's strength wasn't simple. To put it bluntly, he's a birdman. However, Lin Ling immediately mocked. Because of the heavenly court. No matter who that person was, as long as he was a member of the heavenly court, then he was Lin Ling's enemy. He appeared so handsome, but you said that he's a birdman. You're jealous of him. Blue Enchantress said disdainfully. She stared at Xianxia and said, "What a cute girl. Come, let's get to know each other." Xianxia was a little flattered by her friendly attitude. Lin Ling stared at Blue Enchantress. He found that this woman was tall and her strength was unfathomable. However, this woman was brought by Tang Yue, so he didn't pay much attention to her. Mo and the others also secretly stared at her, attracted by her slender legs. Jealous? He's not qualified enough to make me jealous. Just wait, there's a price to pay for being in the limelight. Lin Ling looked at the sky again. His words made Blue Enchantress shake her head. She thought that Lin Ling was definitely jealous. In fact, the young man flying in the sky was indeed very attractive. He was like a dazzling star. On the ground, many girls' eyes were shining. Get down. However, very quickly, a thunderbolt descended from the sky and blasted the paper crane. It burned the paper crane and the white bird fell to the ground in a sorry state. Everyone has to follow the rules of the Resplendent Academy's examination. At the same time, an old man shouted angrily. Obviously, the white bird had violated the rules in order to be in the limelight. Sometimes the opposite of being in the limelight is losing face. Lin Ling immediately shrugged his shoulders, making the chess boy and the others laugh. From the perspective of men, they were also very unhappy with the elegant white bird. You're really vicious. Blue Enchantress curled her lips. She also felt that the white bird should be in a sorry state at this moment. And the fact was indeed so. On the ground, a large number of boos sounded, making Lin Ling think of a very popular sentence in his previous life. Acting tough will be struck by lightning. After that, everyone lined up in order, recorded their names and identities, and quietly waited for the examination. Large words began to appear in the sky. This examination was divided into two types. First, the examination of combat strength. Second, the examination of talent. Those who passed the two types of examinations would become the last generation's candidate disciple of the Resplendent Academy. Although there were only two types of examinations, they were definitely very difficult. This made many of the younger generation nervous. Those who want to take the examination, come out. Following the old man's voice, a large number of disciples walked out, quietly waiting for the examination of combat strength. Chapter 2385. The whole place was filled with hatred. That's Luo Lu from Only My Commandery. He's at the 4th level of World King Realm. Great God Qian from Grand Court Commandery is here too. Of course, Tang Yue from Square Commandery is here too. That's the genius from Xing and Boundary. He has been in Martial God Realm for 990 years. If he doesn't take part in the assessment after 1,000 years, he will lose his chance. Many people were talking about it. Their blood was boiling because it was an honor to be with those famous geniuses. Moreover, they also wanted to see the gap between them. Martial God Battalion, you've got guts. After the assessment, I'll teach you a lesson. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Yuan Lin from the Yuan Mansion. Suddenly, many people were puzzled. Who was the person from the Yuan Mansion talking to? This guy. Beside Lin Ling, Daoist and the others' faces turned ugly because Yuan Lin was talking to Lin Ling. This trash obviously wanted to settle accounts. There were so many geniuses here, so Yuan Lin was not afraid that Lin Ling would attack him. Who is this guy? How dare he provoke Yuan? Many people looked at Lin Ling. As for Yuan Lin, he smiled gloomily. His sudden shout made Lin Ling the focus of attention. Lin Ling would be under a lot of pressure. After all, there were too many people here who were stronger than Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Lin Ling didn't even look at him. His face was full of disdain. Yu Linglong and the other top geniuses were surprised by his expression. Of course, their eyes were full of disdain. They thought that Lin Ling was pretending to be calm. Lin Ling from Martial God Battalion, you'll be disgraced. You'll be eliminated. Yuan Lin roared again. Lin Ling's attitude was too calm, which made him very unhappy. Martial God Battalion. Suddenly, a doubtful voice rang out in the square. On the way to Qingzhou, did you guys see my brother, my Yen? A young man in a black and white robe walked out from the high platform in front of the square. He had his hands behind his back and looked down indifferently. Speak! His furious roar caused the entire plaza to tremble. Senior brother my Zi. Someone with sharp eyes my Yen Zi Yun immediately. This man was the last disciple of Radiant Academy. Who would have thought that he knew Lin Ling? For a moment, everyone paid attention to Lin Ling. They never thought that this unknown young man would cause such a huge commotion. This is bad. Daoist and World my Yen. My Yen had been killed by Lord Lin. My Zi. My Yen was my Yen. My Yen had my. Was my Mu Lucas was my Yen my continent my runes Louis my. Although they did not know how my Zi got the news, it was better for him to deny it. He's dead. Even Yu Linglong doesn't dare to provoke the last disciple of Radiant Academy. He's not even as strong as Yu Linglong. He's dead for sure. Yu Lin did not expect things to turn out this way. Lin Ling had become a thorn in everyone's side. Senior brother my Zi is asking you a question. Speak. A moment later, many of the disciples who were about to be assessed glared at Lin Ling. For them, senior brother my Zi was the last disciple of Radiant Academy. They needed to flatter him. If they could curry favor with him, they might get a favor. In my opinion, even if he didn't kill them, he still has something to do with it. I think we should arrest him and interrogate him, Yuan Lin said. He wanted to see the world in chaos. That bastard! Oomph! Xian Yuan could not help but curse. Everything was caused by that despicable person. The situation had become very troublesome. They did not know how Lin Ling would deal with it. However, trouble seemed to be coming in waves. Lin Ling from Martial God Battalion, long time no see. Step forward. Another young man slowly walked out from the high platform in front of him. He only had one arm, and at this moment he stroked his severed arm with a ferocious expression as he coldly looked at Lin Ling, senior brother Yi Xiaoshou. Yes. The crowd exclaimed again. This was another last disciple. Moreover, his background was not small. It was said that he was a member of the Heavenly Court. Senior brother Yi Xiaoshou, you know him? Yes. Among the crowd, Whitebird also smiled. As a member of the Heavenly Court, he naturally knew Yi Xiaoshou. Senior brother Yi Xiaoshou, you mean to protect him? Yes. Even my Zi frowned and looked at Yi Xiaoshou. If the latter wanted to protect Lin Ling, then he would not be able to question Lin Ling domineeringly. However, no one knew that Lin Ling and Yi Xiaoshou had a 5-year agreement. Moreover, Yi Xiaoshou's severed arm was cut off by Lin Ling. Therefore, Yi Xiaoshou was not here to protect Lin Ling at all. I know him, how can I not know him? He belongs to me. No one can snatch him from me, because I want to kill him with my own hands. Yi Xiaoxiu paused for a moment before he finally spat out a cold sentence. As he spoke, his killing intent was extremely dense. The entire square was instantly like boiling water. Never had they imagined that Yi Xiaoxiu did not want to protect Lin Ling but wanted to kill Lin Ling instead. Lin Ling from Martial God Battalion, how audacious of you! You trash actually dared to offend Lord Yi Xiaoxiu. Kneel down. White Bird immediately shouted angrily at Lin Ling. The others were the same. All of them stared furiously at Lin Ling as if they wanted to seek justice for Yi Xiaoxiu. To them, Lin Ling was just a passerby. His life and death had nothing to do with them. Of course, if Lin Ling's death could make Yi Xiaoxiu owe them a favor, then that would be very good. Humans were selfish. In the face of benefits, who would pay attention to a passerby? A series of furious roars could be heard in the square. These guys, falling flowers, flowing water, and the others all turned pale. They had to be wary of my Z alone. Now there was also Yi Xiaoxiu. It's over, it's over. Even Blue Enchantress sucked in a breath of cold air. She did not expect Lin Ling to offend so many people. She could not help but sigh. Tang Yue, what kind of guy do you know? Now, everyone wants to see a good show. Her words were filled with helplessness. If it was someone else, she might help Lin Ling out of respect for Tang Yue. However, the ones who stepped in were the last-generation disciples. Last-generation disciples were not on the same level as them. After all, even if they passed the assessment, they were only last-generation candidates. And those who could become last-generation disciples were undoubtedly existences that were revered. Thank you. However, at this moment, Lin Ling softly spat out a sentence that seemed to be directed at Blue Enchantress. Her beautiful eyes narrowed and then she shook her head. What are you thanking me for? I didn't help much. At least you want to help. It's enough that you have this thought. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. He looked very calm, which made Blue Enchantress suspect that Lin Ling was scared silly. She said, many people here want to see a good show for you. You're actually not flustered at all? Thank them for not thinking highly of me because they are also encouraging me. For them, I will also become stronger. Lin Ling turned his head to look at Blue Enchantress and revealed a brilliant smile. Chapter 2386. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave rose. Could it be that if the entire world became his enemy, he would be even happier? If he provoked even more enemies, then all of this would only cause him to become even stronger. This was a madman. Moreover, he was a martial arts maniac. Although Lin Ling's voice wasn't loud, many people clearly heard him. What shameless boasting! Where did this trash come from? He's actually so arrogant. Could it be that all of us are hostile towards him and he wants to use us as motivation to become stronger? Without a doubt, many geniuses angrily shouted out. They had never seen such an arrogant person before. What an interesting fellow. Even Yu Linglong and the others from the first camp smiled. Of course, they thought that Lin Ling was only trying to play to the gallery. After all, arrogance required capital, and this youth was only at the second level of the World King realm. He clearly didn't have that. Yi Xiaoxiu, does your arm still hurt? The 5-year battle has already begun. Do you want to fight now? Or do you want to fight after the assessment? Lin Ling didn't care about the gazes around him. Instead, he looked at Yi Xiaoxiu on the high platform. Bang! As these words fell, the entire square was thrown into an uproar. No one thought that senior apprentice brother Yi Xiaoxiu's arm would be cut off by this youth. Moreover, this youth had actually agreed to fight with Yi Xiaoxiu. He was seeking death, he was simply seeking death. Without a doubt, after Lin Ling's words, even more voices of reprimand sounded out. In their opinion, even if senior apprentice brother Yi Xiaoxiu were to give up an arm, this youth still wouldn't be his match. However, Lin Ling's words caused Yi Xiaoxiu's complexion to turn icy cold. Losing an arm was his greatest shame. Although it hadn't been 5 years yet, these past years had felt like years to him. He had bitterly and diligently cultivated in order to wash away the greatest shame of his life. For a time he coldly glared at Lin Ling. He didn't speak, but Lin Ling angrily shouted out. "Speak, coward!" "Coward? With just you?" The noise in the surroundings became even louder. The crowd didn't think that the young man would dare to ignore them and directly shout at the last generation disciple. "Hee hee, what a coward. My arm was broken by your martial god cannon, but that doesn't mean you're strong enough to break my arm. However, I'll remember you calling me a coward. After the test is over, I'll show everyone who's the real coward." Yi Xiaoxiu finally revealed a sinister smile. Even my Z, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but shudder. He felt as if Lin Ling had touched the devil's reverse scale. Of course, even though Lin Ling was going to die, he wanted to know the whereabouts of his younger brother, my Yen, before he died. He had the ability to resonate with his younger brother. When his younger brother died, he immediately sensed it and vaguely heard that it was the martial gods battalion. "You're Lin Ling, right? Let me ask you, where did my little brother go? Who killed him?" Thinking of this, my Z looked at Lin Ling and said in an extremely domineering manner, "Senior brother my Z, we haven't seen my Yen. We don't know who you're talking about." Falling Blossom Flowing Water immediately spoke. Chess Boy and the others also spoke. "The world is so big. Don't you think you're being too domineering by questioning us just because your little brother is missing?" At this moment, they naturally insisted that they hadn't seen my Yen. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. "I want you to speak. Otherwise die." Unfortunately, my Z didn't care about other reasons. He just wanted to know the result. Domineering, domineering. This was the powerful last generation disciple. Of course, the others also felt that he had a reason to be domineering. "You." Falling Blossom Flowing Water and the others had unsightly expressions. The other party was too overbearing. "I know where your little brother is." However, just as they were about to find another excuse, Lin Ling spoke. "Speak." My Z frowned. "He's dead. I killed him." Lin Ling smiled coldly. His smile was evil. He didn't hide anything and directly admitted it. Bang. At this moment, the entire square fell silent. It was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. My Z was stunned. Veins appeared on his forehead. His little brother was dead. He was killed by that young man? "You're not joking?" He roared angrily. His voice was mixed with shocking anger. "Do you think I'm joking?" Lin Ling was still smiling, but his voice became incomparably cold. This was an even more straightforward admission. "This guy." Falling Blossom Flowing Water and the others smiled bitterly. Previously, they were thinking of ways to avoid it. Who knew that Lin Ling would directly admit it and even counterattack in an overbearing manner? They couldn't figure out this kind of behavior that didn't play by the rules. As for Blue Enchantress, she smiled bitterly. This young man had offended all the geniuses and offended Yi Xiaoxiu. That wasn't enough. He even offended my Z. This enmity was irreconcilable. In fact, she didn't know that Lin Ling dared to admit it. This wasn't arrogance. With his current strength, he really didn't fear my Z and Yi Xiaoxiu. Since he didn't fear them, why should he be so humble? Why did you kill him? He's my only brother." My Z finally reacted and let out a painful cry. His voice was distorted. "Because he wanted to kill me." Lin Ling raised his head to look at the man and said fearlessly, "Then why didn't you let him kill you?" My Z's eyes were filled with malevolence. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. His voice became cold. "I have no enmity with him. He wanted to kill me because of the divine crystals. Now you're asking me why I didn't let him kill me? Let me tell you, once the test is over, I'll kill you too." His voice was filled with murderous intent. It was as if he wanted to kill the entire world. My Yen came to kill Lin Ling, so Lin Ling would definitely counterattack. If my Z asked clearly and judged whether Lin Ling was right or wrong, Lin Ling might even apologize. But my Z asked him why he didn't want to die? In this case, there was no need to keep this last generation disciple alive. After all, my Yan's life was a life, but was Lin Ling's life not a life? Crazy. After Lin Ling's voice, the square was in an uproar. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave had risen. No one thought that Lin Ling would be so frivolous. but they could see that Lin Ling was going to die. Master Lin Ling, you're so bold. Dimo and the others smiled bitterly. Master Lin Ling had provoked 2 last-generation disciples at the same time, and this had caused more dissatisfaction among the geniuses in the square. What will come, it can't be avoided. Yes. Lin Ling shook his head, because even if he endured the humiliation, the other party would not let him go. Time's up, the test begins. Yes. At this time, an old man's voice floated in the air, and everyone began to look up at the sky. Yi Xiaoshu and the others naturally did not dare to disturb the test, and could only wait quietly by the side. No matter what the result of the test was, they would not let Lin Ling go today. Little Princess Tang Yue, is this lord of yours really arrogant or is he just bragging? Chapter 2387. Combat Strength Assessment. Tang Yue shook her head and smiled. In truth, I can't see through him either. Then he must be bragging a lot. Blue Enchantress thought that Lin Ling would definitely sneak away after the assessment. After all, bragging could be used to scare people, but it couldn't be used to defeat an opponent. Lin Ling did not know what everyone was thinking. At this moment, his gaze was focused on the ground. The ground began to sink, revealing 10 huge platforms. A terrifying aura spread out from the platforms. On the platform, there was a cage made of steel. It was covered with cloth and looked extremely mysterious. A gust of wind suddenly blew by, and the cloth outside the cage was blown away, revealing a tall giant inside the cage. This giant's skin was as tough as steel, and he was over 100 meters tall. He stood there quietly, as if he was a demon king of the universe. Many people shuddered when they saw the giant because they felt extremely pressured by the giant. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully at the crowd's reaction. These people were mostly people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When they saw that others were weaker than them, they all pretended to be fierce. But when they saw something mysterious and powerful, they were all like stray dogs. Shameful. Lin Ling said sarcastically. What did you say? Some people seemed to have heard it and glared at Lin Ling. Yuan was among them. Take the seat yourself. Lin Ling didn't even bother to say anything. He appeared calm and collected. Even Blue Enchantress felt that compared to the others, Lin Ling was indeed very calm. However, she also stared at the platform and wondered, what the hell is this? In fact, Xian Yuange and Tang Yue were also very curious. We met not long ago. Have you forgotten? Lin Ling said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Xian Yuange's beautiful eyes lit up. Could it be the martial god giant? That's right, this was the martial god giant. He had seen it not long ago in the martial god barracks. Of course, the martial god barracks was even bigger. So it's a puppet. That makes me less nervous. Blue Enchantress had obviously heard of the martial god giant. After the others learned about it, they all let out a sigh of relief. Only Lin Ling sneered. He whispered to Xian Yuange, although this is a miniature version, don't underestimate it. All right. Xian Yuange would definitely listen to Lin Ling. Everyone looked at Lin Ling with disdain, thinking that Lin Ling was too cowardly. Meanwhile, the mysterious old man's voice resounded from the sky. One of the tests of combat strength is to fight the martial god giants. You're not allowed to utilize any weapons or treasures throughout the entire process. At first, the crowd didn't feel anything, but the second half of the sentence made many people turn pale. Forbidding the use of treasures and weapons, this was equivalent to choking off half of their strength. After all, some of them had extraordinary backgrounds and were born in a noble family. The weapons in their hands were extremely sharp, but what if they couldn't use weapons? How could they not be shocked? A bunch of good-for-nothings. Is the path of martial arts all about external weapons? At this time, Yuan said contemptuously. He looked at the sky and saluted, Senior, I'll be the first to take the test. A surprised voice came from the sky. The voice seemed to want to say something, but Yuan had already jumped down from one of the platforms before the mysterious old man could answer. The first person to take the test was undoubtedly the most eye-catching. Therefore, cheers came from all around, which made Yuan smile excitedly. He was very satisfied with his choice. Idiot. Only Lin Ling shook his head. He knew that Yuan was going to suffer a lot. At the same time, the pupils of the martial god giant under the platform lit up, as if he had woken up from ancient history. A mysterious smoke also filled the air. Bang! He moved as fast as lightning. His fist was like a world. That fist instantly appeared in front of Yuan. That fist could destroy a world. Oh no! Yuan's face changed drastically. He never thought that the giant would be so terrifying. He anxiously retreated and burned his realm essence. Only then did he barely avoid the fist. However, the wind from the fist also seriously injured him. I give up. I give up, Lin shouted anxiously. Suddenly, a light barrier fell from the sky and enveloped Yuan, protecting him. You're eliminated. At the same time, the mysterious old man's voice also floated out. Hearing that, Yuan's face instantly turned pale. He had worked hard for 100 years just for this moment. However, all his hard work was in vain because he was eliminated in an instant. The irony was that he was so proud before, mocking others as good-for-nothings. However, he was the good-for-nothing now. Then, the light brought Yuan up. Lin Ling looked at him mockingly and said softly, "You're just a good-for-nothing." Such words were undoubtedly rubbing salt on the wound. Yuan was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but he did not dare to do anything. Previously, it was Yuan who pushed Lin Ling into the limelight. Now, Lin Ling would definitely return the favor. Soon, a lot of mocking laughter came from the surroundings. However, they also began to look at the sky. Don't underestimate the martial god giants. Although they are puppets, their combat power has reached the true immortal realm. Underestimating them is courting death. Moreover, the goal of the test is not to defeat them, but to fight with them for half an hour. That's how you pass. The mysterious old man said. Hearing that, Yuan was stunned. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was because he thought that the test was to defeat the martial god giants. Who knew that he only needed to fight with them for half an hour? He was too anxious. Bang! After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Yuan fell down and fainted. A cultivator must be as calm as a mountain. I didn't even finish explaining the rules before you jumped off the platform. It's obvious how impatient you are. No wonder you were eliminated. In the sky, the mysterious old man said disdainfully, "Let me say one last thing. These martial god giants have participated in the Great War of the Myriad Worlds, and they have destroyed a world with a single punch. Therefore, only by knowing your enemy and yourself can you win every battle." Just like a little friend from before, he could tell that they were martial god giants at first glance. This shows that he is bold and cautious. The little friend he was talking about seemed to be Lin Ling. Many people were jealous because Lin Ling was praised by a mysterious old man. He was too lucky. As for the high platform in the distance, Xiaoxiao and the others had ugly expressions. They never thought that among the tens of thousands of geniuses, Lin Ling would be the first to be praised by a senior from the resplendent academy. I was just lucky. At this moment, Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the sky. This is not a fluke. Only when you know more can you be familiar with things. Little friend, you are neither arrogant nor impatient. Very good, very good. I think you will pass. Chapter 2388. Terrifying martial god giants. Immediately, more and more eyes looked towards Lin Ling, mixed with envy. Even you Ling Long, Blue Enchantress, and the others were the same. As for the Moonlight Swordsman and the other geniuses in the first row, besides envy, there was also jealousy and anger in their eyes. Alright, I've said what needs to be said. 10 platforms, begin the combat strength assessment. The cages on the platforms opened and the death god giants walked out, their cold eyes looking towards the platforms. Immediately, many people shivered. Those eyes were emotionless, cold, and filled with a steely killing intent. Then, the participating disciples leapt off the platforms. Since they were here, they might as well give it a try. However, as they landed on the platforms, they realized that the aura of the platforms was even more terrifying. 3 people's legs were already shaking. This was an extremely shameful situation. There was even one person whose pants were wet. The smell of urine wafted out, causing many people above to laugh out loud. The assessment hadn't even begun yet, and these people had already lost the strength to fight. They were destined to fail. Of course, their reactions were normal to ordinary people. After all, facing a true divinity realm powerhouse, no one could remain calm. And this was indeed the case. One of them had been killed by a single fist of the martial god giant, turning into a bloody pulp. It was an extremely cruel and brutal scene. The main reason was that facing the martial god giant's fist, he had been scared witless. If he didn't move then he would have undoubtedly died. Another person shouted out that he forfeited and was finally saved. But one of them managed to escape from the platform. Your reaction speed is quite fast. Unfortunately, you left the platform, so you were eliminated. The mysterious old man lightly said. In truth, the remaining 7 people weren't much better off. They cried out again and again, constantly dodging the attacks of the martial god giant. Their cultivations were at the 2nd level of the World King realm, and their movement martial arts weren't too strong. They were soon overtaken by the martial god giant. As for a head-on collision, there was no need to mention that. This was simply impossible. They began to be eliminated one by one. Not bad, you managed to last for 10 moves. Unfortunately, there's still a bit of time left before an incense stick of time. You're eliminated. Just a bit more. You were too pleased with yourself before and ended up failing. Remember, on the road of martial arts, don't think you've won until the final moment. In the end, out of the 10 people, only one passed. From this, one could see how difficult the test was. Those who failed could only go back and cultivate bitterly. Then, they would have to wait for another 100 years before they could try again. Sir Lin Ling, how can we possibly pass? Especially since I'm not proficient in movement techniques. If we go down, we'll definitely die. On the platform, Go Boy looked at Lin Ling helplessly. Falling Flowers' flowing water sword also shook his head. Even if I'm good at agility martial arts, the martial god giant's speed is so fast that I can't beat him. I estimate that I can only hold on for half an hour at most. They had all lost their confidence. Hearing this, Lin Ling's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Xianxia. Guthar, you might be able to pass. What? Everyone cried out in alarm. The blue enchantress thought that Lin Ling was bragging again. She could tell that Xianxia didn't have much combat experience. As for his talent, she couldn't tell. However, the probability of him passing the test was probably lower than Falling Flowers' flowing water sword and the others. You're fooling us. In the end, the blue enchantress frowned. In fact, the others also thought so, but they didn't dare to say it. Xianxia, go to platform 7. Anyway, there's no one going there now. Lin Ling shook his head and didn't explain. Instead, he looked at Xianxia and said. Xianxia frowned slightly, but revealed a beautiful smile. Okay. Although she didn't think that she could hold on for half an hour, she believed in Lin Ling's words. Then she jumped down to platform 7. Many people exclaimed. They didn't expect that little demoness to be so bold. The blue enchantress and the others opened their mouths wide. They wanted to say something, but they couldn't say anything. They could only say that Lin Ling had killed Xianxia. Some people are really vicious. They even harm their own people. Maybe he wants others to test the waters for him. At this time, a sarcastic voice sounded out. The one who spoke was a youth wearing a white robe with maple leaves embroidered on it. Lin Ling had seen this person before. He seemed to be called the Moonlight Swordsman. And he seemed to be one of the top geniuses in this examination. Of course, he had the strength of a 5th-stage world king. This strength was enough to be proud of. However, Lin Ling was puzzled. He didn't have any interactions with this person, so why did he speak with such sarcasm? Suddenly, he saw someone beside the Moonlight Swordsman. It was Yuan Yan. That disgraceful fellow had woken up again. Moreover, on the other side of the Moonlight Swordsman, there were a few people who were familiar with him. Lin Ling had heard of 2 of them before. One was Luo Lu from the Only Commandery, and the other was Master Qian, the #1 swordsman in the Tating Commandery. These two commanderies always had a grudge against Lin Ling, so they must be fanning the flames. Despicable. After the Moonlight Swordsman spoke, another person spoke out. It was White Bird. These top geniuses were supposed to be the most dazzling, but now, the most dazzling one was Lin Ling. They definitely didn't like him. Those fellows from the Martial God Battalion are all despicable. They like to stab others in the back. This Lin Ling is even more so. Now that Yuan Yin had a powerhouse by his side, he felt a lot more confident. When he saw Lin Ling looking at him gloomily, he immediately smiled and said, "You're angry because I exposed your plot, right? Ha gong yang jiang. If you follow him, sooner or later you'll be killed by him." His words could be said to be sowing discord. However, Lin Ling quickly revealed a disdainful smile and said, "You said that I'm harming her. Well then, let's have a bet. If she passes safely, then you, Yuan Yan, will fight with me after the assessment? A battle of life and death. Do you dare?" Lin Ling's voice was loud and clear as he challenged Yuan Yan again. In this way, he had already challenged 3 people. No one had expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He had simply ignored all the other geniuses. For a moment, many people were even more displeased with Lin Ling. Of course, the self-righteous people didn't realize that they had disliked Lin Ling from the beginning. Therefore, there was no need for Lin Ling to show them any respect. "Do you dare?" Lin Ling shouted angrily again. Yuan Yan's face was pale. He had fought with Lin Ling before. How could he be a match for Lin Ling? At this moment, he was undoubtedly furious, but he couldn't vent his anger. One could imagine how he felt. "If you don't dare, then I'll only use one hand. Do you dare?" However, Lin Ling was aggressive. He wanted to humiliate Yuan Yan even more. "Only use one hand? This guy is courting death." Hearing this, many geniuses said disdainfully. They thought that Lin Ling was simply overestimating himself. Just when they thought that Yuan Yan would agree, however, Yuan Yan's body trembled as if he was hesitating about something. In the end, he remained silent. Chapter 2389. You don't deserve it. Lin Ling was used to Yuan Yan's reaction. In the vast universe, there were many people like Yuan Yan. They were the type of people who sowed discord. When it came to a real battle, they were more cowardly than anyone else. Strength was the best way to deal with such people. The surrounding people were also looking at Yuan Yan. Based on their understanding of him, this genius from the Great Yuan Mansion was not weak. Although he was not as strong as the first and second geniuses, he was still ranked in the middle among the crowd. However, Yuan Yan did not dare to fight even when the other party was giving him a handicap of one arm. This was too disappointing. Coward. Many people looked at Yuan Yan, and their expressions changed. In the world of martial arts, being afraid of a battle was undoubtedly the most shameful thing. The surrounding gazes made Yuan Yan tremble, and his eyes became gloomier. "I actually don't have much enmity with you. If you and I both take a step back, then we'll mind our own business. However, you're being aggressive. Let me tell you, you want to play with me? You're not worthy." Bang. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold, and he spat out a sentence coldly. The moment he beat the Ask the Heavens war drum, he knew that if he wanted to wash away the shame of the past, he had to move forward bravely. Eliminate. Everyone was eliminated. Therefore, Lin Ling had to be more determined. "You don't deserve it." Bang. The whole square was filled with Lin Ling's voice, which was as tyrannical as endless thunder. "I don't deserve it." Bang. Yuan Yan muttered to himself. He raised his sinister eyes and stared at Lin Ling. However, he lowered his head in the end. He did not know why, but he still did not dare to fight with Lin Ling. Is it fun to bully a coward? If I play with you, do I deserve it? Bang. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. It was White Bird. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. How dare he be so arrogant in front of them? Ha! Bang. Lin Ling laughed loudly. In fact, he wasn't surprised that these people were targeting him. After all, compared to Yi Xiaoshou and the other 2 last-generation disciples, anyone would side with Yi Xiaoshou. However, in Lin Ling's opinion, if he was afraid of these geniuses, then how could he seek revenge against Tian Lioli? Moreover, in front of Li Xiaoyao, no one had the right to call themselves a genius. You're not worthy either. Lin Ling sneered and spat out another sentence. Every word struck at the heart. I'm not worthy either. Whitebird froze. He coldly glared at Lin Ling. He was a genius at the 5th level of the World King realm and also one of the top geniuses. He thought that even if Lin Ling didn't fear him, Lin Ling would still consider him a formidable opponent. However, this was all his wishful thinking. Lin Ling said that he was not worthy. Are you saying that only senior brother Yi Xiaoshou and the others are worthy? Another voice sounded. It was the Moonlight Swordsman. He seemed to be unhappy too. You are only on the same level as Yuan Ian. Lin Ling nodded, directly admitting to this. This fellow. The entire square was stirred up once more. Everyone narrowed their eyes. If even the Moonlight Swordsman and the others weren't worthy of being Lin Ling's opponent, then there was no need to mention anyone else. This meant that Lin Ling was telling everyone that he was the #1 person in this examination? This sort of arrogance was enough to stand above 10,000 worlds. What an arrogant youth! At this time, in the skies, the mysterious old man was hidden in the clouds, his face filled with surprise. This was because the geniuses of 10,000 worlds and the geniuses of Martial God World had gathered in this examination. If an ordinary genius were to encounter such a scene, how could they dare to be arrogant? Only a genius with absolute confidence in themselves would dare. Thus, he didn't know if Lin Ling was being arrogant or if he had absolute confidence in himself. However, he could see that Lin Ling's temperament was filled with arrogance. Ancestor Dragon Granny, is this the genius you recommended? He is indeed different from ordinary people. Then, the old man looked to the side and said, there was an old woman standing on top of a huge golden carp. She nodded slightly. She was Ancestor Dragon Granny. This little fellow actually dares to challenge the last generation disciples. I'm looking forward to it. Ancestor Dragon Granny smiled faintly. All these years, she had been paying attention to Lin Ling, so when Lin Ling came to the Resplendent Academy, she personally came. In fact, the mysterious old man was also looking forward to it. After all, the Resplendent Academy was a place to recruit geniuses. As long as you had the strength, the Resplendent Academy would also focus on nurturing you. They would even give up some last-generation disciples for some geniuses. Although the rules were somewhat cruel, in this world, the strong preyed on the weak, there was no fairness. Compared to their thoughts, the entire square was filled with countless complaints. Bastard! Yes. If senior brother Yi Xiaoshou hadn't threatened to kill him, I would have definitely taken action. Yes. Let him be arrogant, he might not even pass the examination. Yes. Many people shouted angrily, their anger soaring to the sky. Your mouth is very powerful, but let's talk after you pass the examination. The white bird's eyes had a strange light, like the eyes of a divine eagle, but he still swallowed his anger. Because he guessed that Lin Ling knew he was going to die, so he was provoking him, making him violate the Resplendent Academy's rules and attack. He definitely wouldn't fall for this kind of provocation. Wait until you are eliminated. At that time, you will discover that your current declaration is actually equivalent to slapping your own face. The Moonlight Swordsman had almost attacked, but at this moment he also put his sword back into the scabbard. You say my mouth is powerful, but aren't you all the same? If you have the ability, then fight now. If you don't dare, then shut up. Lin Ling mocked, retracted his gaze, and looked below the platform. That fearless appearance undoubtedly made everyone's faces turn sinister again. However, right now, they could only wait. Look, that's the Three Realms Ghost Emperor. Hey! At this moment, someone pointed at one of the platforms and let out a cry of surprise. The Three Realms Ghost Emperor, his name was very resounding. In fact, he was a very young youth. This person had a small reputation in the Western Kingdom. He was the master of 3 realms, meaning that he controlled 3 realms. Bang bang bang. However, facing the martial god giant, the 3 realms Ghost Emperor also failed. He was stomped into meat paste by the martial god giant. He died extremely miserably. Even the Three Realms Ghost Emperor was defeated. This combat strength test is so difficult. Many people's faces were ashen. Suddenly, someone laughed sinisterly. That little beauty is going to die. She is very close to Lin Ling. Once this was said, many people rejoiced in other people's misfortune. Because on platform number 7, Xian Yuangu was in the middle of the test. Her situation is getting more and more dangerous. At this moment, the blue enchantress couldn't bear to watch any longer, and she spoke from Lin Ling's side. Because Xian Yuangu had been forced into a corner by the martial god giant, and a single punch was all it would take to destroy her. If it was any other time, the blue enchantress would definitely curse Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's strong resistance against the geniuses made her somewhat afraid of Lin Ling. This is the martial god giant. Yes. Lin Ling ignored the blue enchantress. He stood at the edge of the platform and looked down indifferently. On the platform below, Xian Yuangu was in a sorry state. As she breathed, her full breast swayed. However, she saw the youth above. The youth's face was very calm, and his eyes were filled with confidence. Chapter 2390. Xian Yuangu had passed. Giant martial god? What is Lin Ling trying to say? Xian Yuangu's eyes flickered. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly, and then she revealed a beautiful smile. Lin Ling had told her that the giant martial god was a puppet, so she understood what Lin Ling meant. Almost at the same time, a huge fist blasted over, mixed with the aura of the sun, moon, and stars. To be able to see a beauty die, this is not bad. Even the Ghost Emperor of the Three Realms died. How can she be an exception? Many perverted people licked their lips as they spoke. As for Tang Yue and the others, they cried out in alarm and became even more worried. Only Lin Ling was still confident. But at this moment, Xian Yuangu made her move. A strand of colorful flames appeared. She raised it and smashed it at the giant martial god. This method was somewhat immature, causing many people to laugh at it, because it could not hurt the giant martial god at all. And the truth was indeed so. The mysterious flame did not hit the giant martial god at all. Instead, it floated to the ground and emitted crackling sounds. Trash's woman is also trash. Seeing this, the white bird could not help but mock. However, something strange happened. The giant martial god actually retracted his fist and pounced on the mysterious flame, extinguishing it with a punch. However, just as the flame was extinguished, another flame rose up. This time, it was on the other side, and it swayed as if it was declaring war on the giant martial god. The giant martial god was provoked. He let out a furious roar and chased after the flame. He extinguished the flame with a punch, but at this moment, more flames appeared around him, causing the platform to become gorgeous. Boom! Boom! The giant martial god immediately attacked the flames crazily, as if he wanted to destroy all the flames. What happened? This giant martial god seems to have gone crazy. Seeing this scene, many people opened their mouths wide. It was too strange. Xian Yuangu was almost defeated, but at the critical moment, the giant martial god seemed to have gone crazy, allowing her to escape. This was earth-shattering. Damn it! Yuan spat out a sentence. He was very unhappy. This was because he was the first to be eliminated. However, Lin Ling's woman was still alive. This kind of treatment made him seethe with anger. At this time, the martial god giant let out another roar. An ancient aura spread out and actually extinguished all the flames on the platform. At this moment, many people finally let out a sigh of relief. That beautiful girl deserved to die. The combat strength assessment is over. Xian Yuangu has passed. However, at this moment, a majestic voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone to be stunned. Then, veins popped out on their foreheads. He passed. That beautiful girl was about to die in the next moment. Who would have thought that she would survive this ordeal? This was too inconceivable. Moreover, they could all see that the beautiful young girl didn't have much combat experience. She was ranked at the bottom among all the geniuses. Yeah. At this moment, Xian Yuangu let out a cheerful sound. Although the sound was pleasant to the ears, it was undoubtedly ironic when it fell into the ears of the crowd. Then, a ray of light immediately brought Xianyuan away from the platform. Amazing! Xianyuan, how did you do it? Falling flowers, flowing water, and sword all laughed. They were happy for Xianyuan. Xianyuan looked at Lin Ling gratefully and said with a smile, "Ask him." At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling, especially the chess boy and the others. Their eyes were full of enthusiasm. Was Master Lin Ling really that amazing? As for the people around them, they were all like ducks who had been grabbed by the neck. Their faces were as ugly as eggplants because they still couldn't understand how the beautiful young girl passed. Could it be that the martial god giants saw a beautiful girl and held back? This seemed to be impossible. Lin Ling, what did you do? Yuan's face was gloomy and he couldn't help but shout angrily. That was because he had failed. However, Lin Ling's woman had succeeded. He couldn't stand such a stark contrast. Didn't you say that she was trash? Now that she has passed, don't you think that you're worse than trash? Lin Ling said without looking at Yuan. In fact, his words were directed at all the people who had mocked Xianyuan. They were worse than trash. The anger in the square suddenly became more vigorous. Lin Ling's words had scolded everyone. Damn it! Others are taking the test, and you're gloating. Did you come here to see others fall? If you're in such a mood, why don't you pay more attention to the test? At this time, the mysterious old man reprimanded, causing many people to hold their breaths and finally become silent. Lin Ling looked at Yuan disdainfully, then whispered to falling flowers, flowing water, and sword. Their eyes gradually lit up. Senior, I want to take the test. They started to get restless and came out to take the test one by one. At this moment, those who didn't have a certain level of confidence didn't dare to take the test on the 10 platforms. Their appearance undoubtedly attracted countless eyes. Because these people who were about to take the test were Lin Ling's friends. They must die. Regardless of whether it was jealousy, many people said coldly, "What a joke. This test only allowed 1 out of 10 people to pass." Sometimes, all 10 people would be defeated. However, Lin Ling's friends wanted to pass all of them. That was a dream. Therefore, all the geniuses were waiting for a good show, including the Moonlight Swordsman. What a strange guy. His friend's cultivation isn't high at all. Unless they have great talent, they won't be able to pass at all. But why did he let his friends take the test? Yu Linglong, who had been silent, also spoke. At first, she disdained to look at Lin Ling, but now she couldn't help but look at him in the eye. Of course, even Blue Vixen was the same. Most importantly, Tang Yue had also taken the test. She wanted to stop her, but Tang Yue seemed to be very confident. Now, she could only wait and see. On the platform, Luo Hua Luxue and the others landed and looked at the martial god giants solemnly. The martial god giants attacked, and their aura shook the heavens and earth. It was certain that if these martial god giants were placed in the sacred rainforest, they could destroy it with one punch, and countless people would be buried with them. Go to hell. Quietly staring at the platform, someone couldn't help but roar. However, something strange happened. Luo Hua Luxue and the others didn't use their unique skills. Instead, they were all dancing and even the chess boy was making faces. As for Tang Yue, she was jumping up and down. Seeing this, the square was silent. What were those guys doing? Kill them. More people roared, but the martial god giants weren't controlled by them. Instead, they stood there quietly, and their cold eyes flickered as if they were thinking about something. Time passed bit by bit just like that. Finally, a martial god giant moved and rushed forward. However, Daoist, who was below the platform, threw a gong and drum. It hit the ground and made a clanging sound, which made everyone even more puzzled. Chapter 2391. All of them passed the test bang. However, soon, everyone saw what the gongs and drums were for. Daoist, who had given up on the platform, chased after the gongs and drums and smashed them with a punch. Clang. However, as soon as the gongs and drums were smashed, other people recognized them, causing the platform to ring continuously. For a time, those martial god giants chased after the sound. Time passed faster and faster. While everyone was dumbfounded, a voice suddenly rang out, 30 minutes have passed, they have passed the test. Boom. The voice was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. That was because all of Lin Ling's friends had passed the test. At this time, all the geniuses in the square were so angry that smoke came out of their heads. That was because those who had passed the test were not at a high level. How could they have passed the test? Senior, they cheated. Someone shouted. It was Yuan. In fact, he was the most unwilling. Why do you say that? A voice came from the sky. Those martial god giants did not attack them at all. They must have done something. Senior, please eliminate them. Ian raised his head and said. His words were also what everyone was thinking. Treasures and weapons are not allowed in this test, but do you think gongs and drums are weapons? The voice from the sky was sarcastic as it floated down. That's not it. Yuan did not understand what those gongs and drums were for, but he was sure that they were not treasures. I know that you are unwilling, but I have said before the test that you should know your enemy and yourself. That is the only way to pass the combat strength test. You should think about who your opponents are, and then think about how they passed the test. The old man's voice carried a hint of reprimand. Of course, he also looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Then he smiled and said, Ancestor Dragon Granny, this kid that you recommended is very careful and has sharp eyes. I did not expect him to use this method. The Ancestor Dragon Granny said with a smile. To be praised by the old man meant that her vision was extremely good. Lin Ling was indeed a good seedling. At this moment, everyone in the square was still puzzled. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Puppets, puppets, is this the reason? Puppets aren't humans, nor are they divine beasts. Sometimes, they can't tell the difference between an enemy and an inanimate object, so they can be treated as toys. This is also the reason why Tang Yue and the others threw gongs and drums, made funny faces, and jumped up and down. It's because they are playing with the puppets. Someone else spoke up. They seemed to have understood something. In the end, the puppet was still controlled by the person. If no one was controlling it, the puppet would not be able to differentiate between friend and foe. Therefore, it was very easy to deceive them. The geniuses in the previous tests were all fighting the geniuses and had fought young geniuses. At this time, the whole square was dead. Everyone looked at Lin Ling in shock. They did not expect Lin Ling to come up with such a plan. His eyesight was too sharp, because through Lin Ling's calm analysis, he was more familiar with the martial god giant than any of the geniuses. Tang Yue and the others looked at Lin Ling with admiration because Lin Ling had reminded them of this. It was no wonder that Xianyuango was the first to pass the test, because Xianyuango was like a little she-devil, and she was the best at playing tricks on others. So, she was the first to understand the meaning of the test. So that's how it is. Envious. I'm so jealous. They all passed. Unfair. That's too unfair. If we knew this information, we could pass too. Then, many people said unwillingly. Their voices were mixed with disdain. Lin Ling looked at the crowd and said with even more disdain, Do you think there are ifs on the path of martial arts? As soon as he said this, no one in the square could refute him. There were no ifs on the path of martial arts. They saw that Lin Ling did it simply, but without Lin Ling, how could they do it? Moreover, if there were ifs, then there wouldn't be so many people dying in this merciless world. For instance, take Lin Ling. If he knew that Tian Lioli would harm him, why would he have helped her that day? Thus, there were no ifs on the path of martial arts. No one could refute Lin Ling's words, but they were even angrier. After all, they were all geniuses of their respective worlds and were proud and arrogant. When had they ever been trampled on by others? And most importantly, the one who had trampled on their dignity was only a second-level world king. Humph, no matter what, it's enough that we can pass. At this time, someone coldly snorted and leapt off the platform. Seeing this, Lin Ling sneered. He lightly said, The first person to eat the crab can obtain a good harvest, but the second person might not. After many people leapt off the platform, they discovered that Lin Ling's trick didn't work. This was because although the puppet's intelligence wasn't high, it wasn't dead. It could be tricked once or twice, but it wouldn't be tricked a third time.
What?
In fact, because they had been tricked before, those martial god giants were enraged. Their auras became even more terrifying. Those that participated in the test were immediately annihilated. In the skies, the mysterious old man sneered. These fellows were forever impatient, they deserved it. As for the geniuses in the square, they were all stunned. Then, they flew into a rage out of humiliation. They discovered that throughout the entire test process, they had been completely controlled by Lin Ling. What a bunch of trash. But at this time, an indifferent voice floated out. The Moonlight Swordsman had attacked. Relying on unorthodox methods, you won't be able to go far. Some people shouldn't be arrogant and complacent just because they are a little clever. He had 2 swords hanging from his waist. He walked out and walked towards the platform. Hearing this, Lin Ling revealed a stunned expression. Was he arrogant and complacent? He had only helped Tang Yue and the others pass. He hadn't even spoken much during the entire process. However, he was too lazy to explain anything. Moonlight Swordsman, let them see how fierce you are. Seeing the Moonlight Swordsman about to take the test, many geniuses immediately shouted out. They hoped that the Moonlight Swordsman could smoothly pass the combat strength test. The Moonlight Swordsman didn't say much. He leapt off the platform.
What?
At this time, the martial god giant was in a berserk state. But the Moonlight Swordsman didn't evade. Instead, he used his sword to resist. Maple leaves fluttered out in a gorgeous manner. The platform turned into a world of maple leaves. It was beautiful. Clang. As the sword slashed out, a terrifying world essence roared. The Moonlight Swordsman was at the 5th level of the World King realm. In addition to his sword Dao and talent, he was locked in a fierce battle with the martial god giant. Fierce, he is indeed worthy of being ranked as the #1 genius. Everyone cheered again and again. It was as if they were elated. Before, many of them hadn't been able to pass. Only Lin Ling's side had passed. Thus, they had been suppressing their anger. But now, the Moonlight Swordsman had helped them vent their anger. Moreover, he hadn't relied on any unorthodox methods but true strength. Pass. Chapter 2392. A madman who had lost all reason. Thank you for letting me win. The Moonlight Swordsman elegantly put away his sword and then leapt off the platform. Although he was a bit out of breath and his face was a bit pale, this didn't prevent the entire square from being filled with sounds of worship. The main reason was that up until now, the Moonlight Swordsman was the only one that had been able to meet the martial god giant head-on. Lin Ling, did you see that? Without your crooked methods, someone from our side still managed to pass. Ian proudly said to Lin Ling as he felt his entire body relax. Lin Ling faintly smiled. He shook his head and said, "You didn't pass, so why are you so happy for others? Moreover, did I say that others couldn't pass?" As these words fell, Ian was left speechless, unable to refute. Yes, he was thinking of suppressing Lin Ling's arrogance, but he didn't think that he himself wouldn't pass either. Then why was he so happy? The crowd also fell silent. They thought that Lin Ling would fly into a rage out of humiliation, but Lin Ling's response was too calm, as if he already knew that someone would pass. This made them feel as if they had used all of their strength but had only hit cotton. And with the Moonlight Swordsman's dazzling attack, everyone else's confidence seemed to rise. One after another, they went to take the test. Of course, there were still many that failed and few that passed. Gradually, the first row of powerful geniuses stepped forward. These geniuses were also at the 5th level of the World King realm. Placed in the myriad worlds, they were equal to divine existences. Of course, facing mortals, they were like gods. But facing those that were on par with them, they were still humans. They would have emotions, unwillingness, and anger. This was the limit of one's vision. Yu Linglong was the second to meet the martial god giant and also proudly pass. Next was White Bird. Even Blue Enchantress went to take the test. Although she didn't meet force with force, she still barely passed. Like this, geniuses and mediocre geniuses were separated. Of course, this was normal. When the geniuses of the myriad worlds met the native geniuses of martial god world, they didn't have the qualifications to shine. The geniuses of martial god world were naturally much better than them. They could be called proud sons of heaven. When will we also have such strength? When that time comes, we will be able to bring glory to our ancestors and return home. The geniuses in the first row all passed the combat strength assessment. I'm so jealous. That's nothing. They were the only ones who could resist the martial god giant, and the geniuses in the second row relied on dodging and stalling for time to pass. As for the others who just barely passed, there's no need to even mention them. Part of it was luck. Luck is also a part of one's strength. In any case, as long as one can pass, we will be envious. Voices rang out from the square, making those who passed even more dazzling. Lin something, didn't you say that we're not worthy? Do you still dare to say it now? At this moment, an arrogant voice interrupted the shouts. It was Whitebird. He had his hands behind his back and was looking at Lin Ling like a king. And the person he was talking about was naturally Lin Ling. Ironically, he didn't even bother to know Lin Ling's name. This showed how arrogant he was. That's right. Didn't he proudly say that he wasn't worthy? Now, it seems like he doesn't even dare to participate in the test. The martial god giant has become much more cunning. His tricks are no longer useful. How pitiful. He helped his friend pass, but now he's in danger. Many people looked at Lin Ling with strange smiles. In their opinion, Lin Ling was only at the second level of the World King realm. If he wanted to pass with this level of strength, that was nothing but a fool's dream. The focus of the square fell onto Lin Ling once more. Lin Ling shook his head. He really couldn't understand why these people had so much free time to pay attention to him. It was just as that mysterious old man had said. Rather than wasting time watching others fall into dire straits, it was better to spend more time bitterly cultivating. Only then would others look at you with eyes of worship. Perhaps this was also the reason why they were so weak. As for these voices, Lin Ling was too lazy to bother with them. He looked up into the skies and said, "Senior, I want to go to Platform 7 for the test." Platform 7? Are you sure? The old man in the skies was a bit surprised. After all, there were some loopholes in the combat strength test. For instance, the more people there were, the more damaged the martial god giant would be, making it easier to pass. But the martial god giant on Platform 7 was in its peak condition. Going there to take the test was extremely unwise. "I'm sure." Lin Ling nodded, his voice thick with confidence. The old man was silent. This was because he could see that Lin Ling was only at the second level of the World King realm. He didn't know where this confidence came from, but he still nodded. "Wah, going to Platform 7? Is this fellow looking to die?" Without any suspense, cries of alarm rang out from the square. In their opinion, Lin Ling was definitely looking to die. He would definitely be in a difficult situation. "Tang Yue, he seems to have lost his reason. Aren't you going to persuade him?" Blue Enchantress's lips moved. She pulled on Tang Yue's sleeve, but Tang Yue shook her head. "If he wants to die, then I'll just watch him lose face." In truth, although her words were fierce, she was actually bitterly smiling in her heart. This was because she knew that it was impossible for her to persuade Lin Ling. As for the Moonlight Swordsman and the others, they crossed their arms across their chests, watching from afar. This fellow seems to have lost his reason. Even I don't dare to meet the martial god giant on Platform 7 head-on. Those martial god giants are formed from cosmic meteorite copper. They can resist the powerful strength of world essence. Moreover, these giants have countless enchantments carved into them. Unless one is a true divinity realm powerhouse, if one wishes to defeat these martial god giants, they will have to rely on a world enchantment master. I'm actually worried that if that boy dies on the platform, then senior apprentice brother Yi Xiaoxiu will be enraged. They casually spoke, as if they could already see Lin Ling's fate. At this time, Lin Ling arrived at the platform. He looked over and saw a giant standing in the distance. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Standing there, he was like an ancient martial artist that split the heavens and earth apart. An ancient aura spread out from the platform. However, Lin Ling's expression was calm, like an ancient well without any ripples. It was as if the one in front of him was not a giant, but a docile kitten. This boldness left many people secretly surprised. He moved. At this time, someone shouted. The martial god giant took a step forward and attacked like a whirlwind. His fist seemed to carry the sun, moon, and stars. His steps seemed to tread on the universe, his aura rising steadily. Voila! That fist was unstoppable. The martial god giant was famous for his powerful defense, but even so, his fist was not something that a World King Realm powerhouse could block. Just as everyone thought that Lin Ling would escape in a sorry state, Lin Ling also moved. He took a heavy step forward, as immovable as a mountain. His palm shook and the aura of divinity and demons spread out, turning into a palm that fiercely resisted that fist. From afar, one was a giant fist and the other was a thin and weak palm. The two were not on the same level at all. Bang! The terrifying attacks collided, causing the platform to shake. Lin Ling's complexion changed. His palm turned into a fist and he ruthlessly punched out. Everyone felt as if his arm was a dragon, crazily sweeping out. This fellow. Shit! At this time, everyone was looking at Platform 7. Their faces were filled with surprise. This was because they never thought that Lin Ling would choose to meet the martial god giant head-on. This fellow was simply a madman. Chapter 2393. Violent Destruction of the War God. He is courting death. Yes. The Moonlight Swordsman narrowed his eyes. But this was indeed the case. Because in the next moment, a figure was sent flying backwards, smashing into the stone walls and causing rocks to fall down like rain. Lin Ling had been sent flying backwards. He had collided with the giant war god. This result was already foreseen by everyone. Awesome! Awesome! However, from the rubble, a loud roar sounded out. Then, a figure shot out like a cannonball. A surging fist came crashing down. This fist contained the strength of 5,000 universes. This was the limit of Lin Ling's divinity and demon body. He was well aware that the giant war god's defensive capabilities were extremely strong and didn't fear world essence attacks. Thus, physical attacks were undoubtedly more effective. Rumble, rumble, rumble. They collided once more. Dust exploded from the platform like a tornado. But Lin Ling was still sent flying backwards. Moreover, he was likely severely wounded. This caused the corners of many people's mouths to curve into sneers. However, what they didn't know was that even though the giant war god's defensive capabilities were strong, how could Lin Ling's be weak? Die! The people above clenched their fists, shouting out loud in their hearts. But in the next moment, another figure shot out from the dust. It was Lin Ling. Bang! Seeing this, many people's hearts thundered. They had never seen such a freakish madman before. Could it be that he wanted to defeat the giant war god? This was simply something that could only be discussed in the middle of the night. The Moonlight Swordsman and the others had ugly complexions. Although they were the only ones that dared to clash with the giant war god, everyone could see that not only was Lin Ling doing so, but he was also suppressing the giant war god. Who in the World King Realm would dare to do such a thing? At this time, Lin Ling's entire body was relaxed. This was the first time he had met an opponent with a strength of 5,000. He almost couldn't help but roar out loud. Of course, in these repeated collisions, he had also been heavily wounded. But his fighting spirit boiled over even more. This was also because he discovered that his first dantian was beginning to quietly revolve. He was getting closer and closer to the third stage of the World King Realm. Again. Roar! Roars came from the platform as if two indomitable giants were confronting each other. Their fists and palms broke through the sky. Rocks continued to fall, and dust continued to spread. The entire platform was almost covered by dust. The old man and ancestor dragon granny in the sky were also shocked. However, they also discovered that Lin Ling's advantage was his physical body. In fact, with this advantage, Lin Ling could definitely pass the assessment. What a strange fellow, entering the Dao with his fleshly body. The old man exclaimed in admiration. Boom, boom. The time it took for an incense stick to burn seemed very short, but at this moment, it felt as long as a century. After a long time, the sound finally stopped. However, the square was completely silent. Countless people stared at the dusty platform. They were somewhat nervous and wanted to know the final result. He must be dead, Wang Lin muttered to himself. He didn't realize that his palms were already full of sweat. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame us for killing you. Tang Yue and the others immediately counterattacked, seething with killing intent. But their eyes were filled with worry. They couldn't understand why Lord Linling would crazily clash with the martial god giant. However, the platform was covered in dust. When they looked down, they couldn't see anything. Someone came out. Someone! Finally, someone cried out in alarm. From the dust, a black shadow shot out. Moreover, it came closer and closer until it finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was Linling. At this time, his clothes were in tatters and his body was covered in blood. But he stood there like a pine tree, like an invincible god of war. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This fellow hadn't died? Linling, congratulations on passing and becoming the person with the best score in the combat strength assessment. The old man's voice floated out from the sky, a trace of shock in his voice. What? He has the best score in the combat strength assessment? Based on what? We also clashed with the martial god giant. Moreover, we weren't as distressed as him. Whitebird immediately said, unwilling to accept this. But in fact, everyone could see that Linling was suppressing the martial god giant, while they were defending and clashing head-on. The two concepts were different. May I ask, how many moves have you exchanged with the martial god giant? At this time, the old man asked. I have 30 moves. I have 50 moves. Yes. Whitebird and the others immediately spoke. They puffed out their chests and looked extremely proud. He has exchanged 500 moves, and 300 of them were launched by him. The voice in the sky sounded again, but it was like a bomb, causing the square to wriggle. The expressions of Whitebird and the others changed drastically. That madman. After all, the assessment was considered to have passed by enduring the time. Generally speaking, after they exchanged a move, they would have to rest for a few breaths of time. In the end, they would only exchange 20 to 30 moves. However, Linling had exchanged 500 moves, and the time he had spent was only the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. It was terrifying just thinking about it. This meant that Linling had not rested at all and had fought head-on to the end. This is a battle between men. Yes. Hearing these words, some young girls looked at Linling in amazement. At this time, Linling's image was infinitely magnified in their hearts. Even so, what use is that? After exchanging 500 moves, he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood? As for us, we were completely unscathed. It's clear who is more distressed. The Moonlight Swordsman said, still unwilling to accept this. To lose to a second-level World King Jr., he would never do that. That's right, being distressed is losing face. Whitebird echoed. But just as they finished speaking, the old man in the sky lightly said, Is that so? Then, please look towards the platform. At this time, the dust on Platform 7 had already dispersed. As everyone looked over, they were immediately shocked to the extreme. They saw that there was no longer a martial god giant on the platform, only a pile of scrap iron. Moreover, it was dazzling to the eye and there were even clear fist marks on the copper and iron. Linling, he had actually defeated the martial god giant. In that instant, everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. This was simply unprecedented. This was because Linling had actually defeated a true divinity realm martial god giant. This freak. It was as if a pebble had been thrown into a calm ancient lake. Endless ripples spread out. The Moonlight Swordsman's pupils widened. Before, Linling had said that they weren't worthy, and now it seemed that they really weren't worthy. Impossible, you are only at the second level of the World King realm. After a moment of silence, Whitebird couldn't accept this reality. He glared at Linling and said, Speak, how did you defeat the martial god giant? His attitude was aggressive, as if he wanted Lin Ling to speak. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyebrows furrowed together. But soon he sneered, "I punched him 500 times, that's all. I punched him 500 times, that's all." The entire square echoed with Lin Ling's heroic voice. "That's all? That's all?" As for the others, let alone 100 punches, they might not even be able to punch once. Moreover, even if they were lucky enough to punch out 100 times, could they be as crazy as Lin Ling and punch out 500 times in a row? Chapter 2394. Talent assessment. In the beginning, many people disdained Lin Ling because they felt that Lin Ling was too ordinary. Since his strength was ordinary, he should keep a low profile. But now, they realized that this unknown youth was indeed extraordinary. Although this did not mean that Lin Ling was stronger than all the geniuses, at least he was not mediocre. This guy is actually a world spiritist. As for the mysterious old man in the sky, he said in astonishment. Only he saw how Lin Ling destroyed the martial god giant. Otherwise, how could he destroy the martial god giant? On the side, Ancestor Longpa smiled faintly. They could naturally see that Lin Ling could not destroy the martial god giant with his strength. However, Lin Ling was a world spiritist. His 500 punches seemed useless, but in reality, every single one of them had landed on some spirit formation. In the end, he had destroyed the spirit formation with brute force. That was how he had destroyed the martial god giant. It could be said that if Lin Ling was not a world spiritist, he would definitely not have been able to do that. From the looks of it, he is at least a green-robed world spiritist. The Resplendent Academy cannot miss such a genius. After that, the old man said excitedly. As for Yi Xiaoshou and Mai Zi, who were watching from afar, their expressions were somewhat gloomy. They had never imagined that Lin Ling would be able to blossom with such brilliance among tens of thousands of geniuses. Not only had Lin Ling passed the battle power assessment, he had even become number 1. This was disadvantageous to them because if Lin Ling was too dazzling, he would be valued by the seniors of the academy. There is still one more assessment. If he fails, he will definitely be eliminated. Yi Xiaoshou said indifferently. I wonder what level his talent is. Mai Zi's eyes were also cold. The plaza was still filled with discussions and was extremely lively. The topic of discussion was undoubtedly about Lin Ling. No one had expected that Lin Ling would suppress all the geniuses in the manner of an overlord. This guy broke through the martial god realm with brute force. The blue enchantress looked at Lin Ling in horror. She thought that the lord above Tang Yue's head was only SSO, but now she realized that she had once again underestimated Lin Ling. It was no wonder that the mischievous Tang Yue would submit to Lin Ling. Awesome! My lord, watching your fist shatter the martial god giant made my blood boil. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword said with incomparable admiration. That won't be easy. I just want to see what this martial god giant is made of. Lin Ling changed into a clean robe and shook his head with a smile. The main reason why Lin Ling had destroyed the martial god giant was because he wanted to see how strong the barrier of the martial god giant was. It would also be helpful to him. Pervert! Is that why you tore that thing apart? The chess boy and the others trembled and shook their heads helplessly. If Lin Ling was interested in the Resplendent Academy one day, wouldn't he tear down this ancient academy as well? Their lord was really a freak with a unique way of doing things. While they were talking, on the other side, the Moonlight Swordsman and the others had gloomy expressions. They, the first row of geniuses, were now being trampled under Lin Ling's feet. However, there's still one more test. At this moment, they only had one last chance because they didn't want to be trampled on by Lin Ling. In fact, they didn't know that with Lin Ling's current strength, he had no interest in bullying them because Lin Ling disdained it. Everything was caused by their self-righteousness. Disciples who have passed the previous test prepare for the final talent test. After resting for a moment, a dignified voice came from the sky. Moreover, a middle-aged man wearing a standard robe appeared out of thin air. He had 2 strands of beard on his face and looked wise and mighty. A pair of sword-like eyebrows were currently looking indifferently at the square. For the sake of fairness, the 2 tests were presided over by different people. Let me remind you, Don't think that passing the combat strength test means that you've completely passed. Regardless of the result of the combat strength test, if you fail the talent test, you'll return to the round. Someone shouldn't get carried away. His voice was low, but he seemed to be talking about Lin Ling. Because in the combat strength test, Lin Ling was the most dazzling. Hee, it's Senior Zhang. Yi Xiaoxiu immediately started laughing from the distant spectator stands. Senior Zhang had a strange temper, and he was the hardest to please. Yi Xiaoxiu had suffered quite a bit of trouble when he just entered the academy, but Senior Zhang didn't make things difficult for him anymore after he gave Yi Xiaoxiu a huge amount of divine crystals. Lin Ling had been so dazzling before. Based on Senior Zhang's eccentric personality, he would definitely make fun of Lin Ling unless Lin Ling gave away divine crystals to curry favor with him. In fact, many young geniuses had secretly given away divine crystals for this test. Of course, the young geniuses who gave away divine crystals were all local geniuses of the martial god realm. They had their own connections. If the geniuses of other realms wanted to give gifts, they wouldn't be able to find anyone. Moreover, if the gifts were too cheap, Senior Zhang wouldn't be interested in them. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He looked indifferently at the sky. He also knew that the middle-aged man seemed to be talking about him. When the middle-aged man saw that Lin Ling was neither arrogant nor humble, he frowned slightly and secretly cursed, "What an untactful brat." Because after he spoke, Lin Ling should have immediately flattered him and secretly told him that he, Lin Ling, had already understood the meaning behind his words. After the test, the treasures would be delivered to his door. However, Lin Ling's reaction was very calm. Therefore, he knew that the young man wouldn't give him any treasures. Senior is right. We will definitely listen to Senior's instructions. Compared to Lin Ling's lack of tact, the Moonlight Swordsman and the others understood and flattered each other. The middle-aged man secretly nodded. The test this time is the 3 lotus. If you want to pass, you must cultivate on the 3 lotus for the time it takes 3 incense sticks to burn. The middle-aged man's voice floated out. The square was silent, and then there was an uproar. It was actually the 3 lotus. This was a test of talent. Lin Ling, what is the 3 lotus? Xian Yuangu said nervously. Lin Ling smiled and explained, "Before we came, didn't we see an old man cultivating on a lotus? That was the 3 lotus. This lotus was born in the chaos of the universe. It was the same as the martial god tree. The difference was that it could continuously provide spiritual energy in the universe, increasing the speed of one's cultivation. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was that one's talent must be high enough. Otherwise, it would be easy to go berserk." Hearing this, Xian Yuang nodded in understanding. "You mean, if one's talent isn't high enough, they won't be able to last 3 incense sticks and will be eliminated?" "Yes. However, if one's talent is high enough, they can use this lotus to break through to the next realm." Lin Ling revealed an interested expression. Because he could use this opportunity to break through to the next realm. Only this little ambition? Everyone who comes to Resplendent Academy has great ambitions. Some people come to take the test to break through to the next realm. This martial path won't go far. As if he heard Lin Ling's words, the middle-aged man sneered and narrowed his eyes at Lin Ling. "Hee, Senior Zhang, maybe some people's talent is very ordinary. If he is going to be eliminated, then he must be taking advantage of the academy and borrowing treasures to cultivate." Chapter 2395. Fight for first place. Embarrassing. He thought that Lin Ling was going to be eliminated, but he took the opportunity to break through to the next level. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was going to be eliminated. I think his talent is at most a 5th grade Xian body. A 5th grade Xian body can barely pass. However, if his state of mind isn't good, he might not be able to last 3 hours. Let's see how arrogant he can be in this round. White Bird and the others also let out a cold laugh, as if they were elated. Lin Ling didn't refute. After all, words were useless. Only strength could prove everything. As for talent, he had too many. His godly demon body was 5th grade, the space-time flame was 9th grade, and as for the 1,000 elephant demonic eyes, he was too embarrassed to use it because it would be too much of a blow to the geniuses around him. Since it's the final assessment, why don't we have a bet to see who will be first in the talent assessment? Then, let's start a bet. At this moment, Yun suddenly smiled and looked at the middle-aged man in the sky. The middle-aged man nodded secretly. A bet would definitely bring in divine crystals. Naturally, he wouldn't stop it. However, for the sake of fairness, I'll be the banker. The middle-aged man said faintly. After pondering for a while, he announced the bet. Moonlight Swordsman 1, White Bird 1, Yulinglong 1, Guru Qian 1, 2, Luo 1 Sierra Leonean Leone, 2, Blue Enchantress 1, 2. Everyone could see that the geniuses in the first row were 1 because they had the highest chance of winning and the lowest odds. Of course, there were risks. For example, Moonlight Swordsman, White Bird, Yulinglong, etc. Who would be first would depend on luck. As for the geniuses in the second row, their odds were higher. Next were the other geniuses who had passed. Among them, Lin Ling's odds were 130. It could be seen that Senior Zhang didn't think highly of him. Of course, under such circumstances, no one would bet that Lin Ling would be first. As for Senior Zhang, he would definitely win unless a dark horse appeared. Of course, such a thing was extremely unlikely. Therefore, he smiled with satisfaction. No expert would complain about having too many divine crystals. After all, it was related to one's strength, and even he was no exception. After that, the square became more and more lively. Regardless of whether they were going to be assessed or eliminated, they all placed their bets. To those young geniuses who'd been eliminated, even though they'd been eliminated, their trip wouldn't have been in vain if they'd won some divine crystals. Right at this moment, a tender voice suddenly resounded, "I'll buy Lin Ling for 200,000 divine crystals." This voice was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples because there was actually someone betting on Lin Ling. Instantly, everyone looked over and realized that it was Xian Yuange. In fact, it was all the divine crystals that Lin Ling had obtained from the martial god barracks. Wow, this beautiful girl is crazy. Many people cried out in surprise. 200,000 divine crystals wasn't a small amount. This was practically gifting money to Senior Zhang. I'll also buy Lin Ling for 200,000 deity crystals. This time, it was Tang Yue. As the little princess of Square Commandery, she was not short of money. The crowd was in an even greater uproar. The middle-aged man secretly smiled. In the blink of an eye, he'd received 400,000 divine crystals. Not bad at all. Playing with money, huh? I'm not afraid of anyone. I'll bet on Lin Ling for first place, 1 million divine crystals. However, before the first wave had subsided, another wave arose. Gong Yangjiang, who'd been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth. He wasn't strong and had only come to join in the fun. However, at this moment, he finally shone with dazzling brilliance. 1 million. There was no one who wasn't shocked, no one who wasn't moved. Even the middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh. He said indifferently, "Do you have so many divine crystals?" "I'm Gong Yangjiang, the son of a branch of Fu Xing House in Qingzhou. You tell me whether I have it or not. If you don't believe me, you can take my name to Fu Xing House and ask. I think it's worth at least 10 million divine crystals." Gong Yangjiang raised his chin and said proudly. In terms of strength, he was inferior to others, but in terms of wealth, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Hearing this, many people instantly became envious. If they had the money, their strength would have been greatly improved. Unfortunately, Gong Yangjiang was a good-for-nothing. He had a mountain of treasures but didn't know how to use it. "Okay, then you can place your bet." Senior Zhang was overjoyed and nodded lightly. "We'll also bet on Lin Ling." Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others spoke one after another. Although they didn't have much money, they would still support their lord. What a bunch of idiots. Betting on themselves is more like betting on Lin Ling. They have a lot of money. Let them be. They'll cry later. Many geniuses sneered. They could already see Lin Ling being eliminated and going bankrupt. Of course, senior brother Yi Xiaoshou was also waiting for Lin Ling. Therefore, it was extremely good for Lin Ling to hand over the divine crystals before his death. Among everyone, only Lin Ling's friends were betting on Lin Ling. However, the bet couldn't be underestimated. It had reached more than 1 million divine crystals. As for Ancestor Dragon Granny and the others in the sky, they were somewhat unhappy. Zhang Wen was very snobbish. As long as he presided over the assessment, it would definitely be related to the divine crystals. However, this didn't violate the rules of the assessment, so they couldn't do anything about it. Ancestor Dragon Granny, that little guy called Lin Ling, what grade is his talent? I took a look before. It seems to be a 5th grade Xian body. His talent is in the body refining Dao. A 5th grade Xian body. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to get first place. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. Lin Ling had many mysterious aspects, but his talent was obviously his weakness. Okay, everyone get ready. At this moment, Senior Zhang saw that the situation was about right. He gently waved his right hand, and suddenly, a large number of lotuses floated out. These lotuses were antiques and extremely precious. They belonged to the Resplendent Academy. Thousands of lotus flowers floated to the ground, turning the square into a world of thousands of lotus flowers. Beautiful clouds and mist quietly drifted out. These 3 lotus flowers were connected to the primal chaos of the universe, and they could continuously absorb the primal chaos of the universe. Seeing the treasure, many people became excited. They couldn't wait to cultivate on the 3 lotus. After all, this kind of opportunity was extremely rare. Lin something, you said that we weren't worthy before. After that, your performance in the combat strength assessment was indeed not bad. But now, do you still dare to say that we're not worthy? When walking towards the 3 lotus, White Bird looked indifferently at Lin Ling. We should be the ones saying that he's not worthy. At the side, the Moonlight Swordsman smiled disdainfully. Then he looked at White Bird and said, "You'd better not be distracted by external things. Be careful, I'll beat you." "Then let's see who's more powerful." White Bird immediately retracted her gaze and retorted without showing any weakness. Obviously, the two of them had already disregarded Lin Ling. Although they didn't know Lin Ling's specific talent, they could guess that Lin Ling had a 5th grade Xian body. Most people only had one type of talent. Those who had 2 types of talent were the top 10 geniuses in the Azure province. At the very least, they wouldn't appear in this square. Chapter 2396. Talent Assessment. Tang Yue, why did you bet on him? Blue Enchantress asked Tang Yue as she stared at the 1,000 lotuses in front of her. Although she thought that Lin Ling was very powerful, talent was not a miracle. It was fixed and could not be changed in a short period of time. Therefore, she thought that Tang Yue was too stupid. Previously, when she saw Tang Yue betting, she almost became impulsive, but in the end, her reason prevailed over her impulse. I can't let my lord lose face. If I lose money, then I lose money. Anyway, I can't lose my momentum. Tang Yue shrugged her shoulders and said. Her words seemed lazy, but in fact she was standing on Lin Ling's side. Lin Ling did not hear the two whispering. His eyes suddenly flashed as if he thought of something. He quickly asked Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword to come over and whispered to them. That's fine too. Listening to Lin Ling's whisper, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and the others suddenly cried out in alarm. This was because Lin Ling had taught them a set of martial arts. Although this martial art would not allow them to become first place, it would not be difficult for them to last for 3 incense sticks of time. Go! Go! Lin Ling did not explain much and waved his hand with a smile. He only needed to ensure that Xian Yuan passed the assessment. Then, Lin Ling's eyes began to burn. The 3 Lotus assessment this time was very rare. His main goal was to break through the realm. As for first place? With those bets, he was determined to get it. After the assessment disciples sat on the 3 Lotus, the square was even more like a fairyland. Colorful ribbons waved, making the assessment disciples look more elegant. As for the eliminated disciples, they looked at the scene with envy. If they passed the combat strength assessment, it would mean that they could also appear on the dazzling martial stage. Boom! At this moment, a deafening roar sounded. The square changed. Everyone saw that they were in the world of the universe. Their surroundings were pitch black, and there were only specks of light in the distance. And this was the chaos of the universe. Some geniuses were even able to see their hometown. Is this the power of the three lotus? The exclamations gradually increased. Then, they saw thousands of lotus flowers floating in the starry sky. It was incomparably dazzling. Streaks of dragon-shaped chi revolved around the lotus flower. They were of various colors and were extremely colorful. The 3-Dao lotus was able to match a martial artist's talent and provide a corresponding amount of spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy came from the primal chaos of the universe, so it was enormous. Those without talent would find it difficult to support it. Someone coughed out blood and opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. That was because he couldn't withstand the powerful chi. He was going to be eliminated. I must persevere. The young genius roared, but reality had defeated him. With a boom, the 3-Dao lotuses erupted with a terrifying shockwave that blasted the young genius out of the lotus. Eliminated. The first genius youth to be eliminated was born. Many people sighed when they saw this. That genius young man passed the combat strength test, but he lost in the talent test. 3rd grade Xian body, no wonder. In a distant place, the mysterious old man indifferently said. As if there was a beginning, more and more geniuses were eliminated. In the blink of an eye, 100 people had been eliminated. A few devastatingly beautiful girls directly cried out after being eliminated. Pear blossoms with tears, it was truly moving. However, no one laughed at them. Because to be able to sit on the 3-Dao lotus, they were prouder than many others. At this moment, Lin Ling was on a lotus flower in the distance. The lotus flower was sacred and had mysterious ribbons curling around him. It caused his slender eyelashes to flutter slightly. However, his chiseled face was still as calm as an ancient well. An endless stream of spiritual energy flowed into Lin Ling's body. This spiritual energy was the most ancient spiritual energy in the universe. It was extremely pure. At this moment, Lin Ling heard the sound of all things. He heard the breathing of the world. Dao. The primal chaos of the universe. This was a martial comprehension that was even more profound than the laws of heaven and earth. In the past, Li Xiaoyao also pursued this comprehension. Unfortunately, he didn't have the opportunity to cultivate the 3-Dao lotus. It was a huge regret. At this time, Lin Ling's Omega Sword Dao also quietly rose. And within his dantian, the world spirit began to rumble, as if a new world was being born. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Moreover, it didn't last for long. The 3rd great world essence power was born. 3rd stage of the world king realm. Lin Ling was overjoyed. But he also felt that everything was happening naturally. This was because he wasn't too far away from breaking through to begin with. He suppressed the aura of his breakthrough and continued to cultivate, making it so that those in the distance didn't notice him. This was because this was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. What he needed to do next was increase his Omega Flame Dao. Omega. This was a boundary of martial arts that could give birth to the power of chaos. He already had the Omega Sword Dao and it was at the microscopic boundary. But the Omega Flame Dao hadn't been born yet. And with this boundary, a martial artist's martial arts would be slightly stronger than an ordinary person's. It would increase their strength by at least 30%. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time, Lin Ling's 2nd dantian began to rumble. This was a fire attribute world spirit dantian. But the Omega Flame Dao was born at this time. No one saw that the 3-Dao lotus beneath him had quietly changed. The spiritual energy that flowed out was multicolored. His 2nd dantian was also crazily rising. However, no one noticed any of this. Everyone's eyes were focused on the others. This was because the time limit of 3 incense sticks was approaching. That can't be, right? Those friends of Lin Ling's haven't been eliminated. Yuan An's gaze was fixed on the 1,000 Dao lotuses. At this time, he cursed out in jealousy. He constantly shouted in his heart, "Fail, fail, fail." Because he had failed, he didn't want others to pass as well. This sort of jealousy could be called twisted and abnormal. However, in reality, Tang Yue and the others who were sitting cross-legged on the 3-Dao lotus were still as motionless as a mountain. Their talent was also quietly revealed. Falling Flower Water Sword was a 5th grade profound body. Tang Yue was a 6th grade profound body. The others were also in the 5th grade range. With a profound body of this level, as long as they were careful, they could still pass. In addition, with Lin Ling's previous cultivation method, their chances of passing were even higher. Look at that beautiful girl over there. Suddenly, someone let out a cry of horror. This was because someone saw that Xian Yuanger's talent was displayed. It was a 7th grade profound body, and it looked like her potential was not weak. TSK, I don't know what kind of talent this is, but I'm sure that she's definitely a good seedling. Fire talent? Is it the wind and cloud phoenix flame? Or is it the ancient orchid cloud-breaking flame? At the same time, the ancestor dragon granny and the mysterious old man laughed in surprise. No matter what, they were sure that the girl's talent was definitely not weak. It seems like we've underestimated her. Many geniuses also exclaimed, and their eyes were filled with admiration. From their perspective, mediocre people were not worthy of attention. For example, Lin Ling's talent was not strong, but his arrogance was high. That would only make the crowd attack him. However, if he displayed great talent, then he would be admired and worshipped. Now, Xian Yuange had clearly convinced them.